I'm going to order this hearing or roundtable, public roundtable of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, February 10th, 2021. The time is 3:06 in the afternoon, and this hearing is being conducted virtually over the Zoom video conference platform. I want to note some additional things because this is hearing is on what we call the B track, I believe. It's being streamed live on the committee's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. Again, that's www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. The hearing will be available on the council website and cable TV within a few days after it is uploaded. The subject of this hearing is student learning loss, widening the achievement gap during the COVID-19 pandemic. The purpose of this roundtable is to receive testimony from experts, District of Columbia Public Schools, the Public Charter School Board, and the Office of State Superintendent of Education on the learning loss and resultant widening of the achievement gap that has occurred during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as solutions for mitigating the loss. The focus for this hearing is testimony from particular education experts and the executive, and accordingly, the witness list for this roundtable was limited to invited guests only. We have received some additional written statements from organizations, and in that regard, testimony, written statements is encouraged and may be submitted as indicated on the hearing notice. The record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. on February 24th. That's 2 weeks from today, 5 p.m. The record will close. I'll just ad-lib a little bit additional. I have to say, we don't know as a complete, undisputed, proven fact that there's been learning loss, but it's widely considered that there has been learning loss as a result of the distance learning that's been taking place. And so this hearing is in part to understand what that loss looks like, and more importantly, to discuss strategies for public education to overcome the learning loss that has occurred. With that, let me turn to colleagues in the order in which I believe they arrived. Councilmember Trayon White, if you have an opening statement.
I do, Chairman. Give me 1 second. Yep. All right. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and colleagues. Thank you for convening this important public roundtable to address the widening student learning achievement gap during the unprecedented health emergency. Sorry, this is someone's. I'm here to listen to the witnesses, particularly government witnesses, on what we're doing to close the achievement gap during this time. We've, in my office, got a number of calls from students, parents, and teachers. We had several meetings with the chancellor, organizations, about frustration from teachers, frustration from parents, and things did seem to get a little better. But what we're concerned about now is the road to getting people back into the building during this pandemic and make sure all the boxes are checked. I know in our last conversation we had with the chancellor, he went through some of the protocols in which the DCPS community was going to go through. We haven't heard from the public charter schools as well. And so just today, we just want to figure out how we want to not only go through opening schools, but also close the widening achievement gap for students who are disengaged. And I hear often that teachers are saying that students are cutting their computers on and going away from the computer. And so I'll be tuned in and my staff will be tuned in as well.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Shea?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this roundtable today. First of all, I think I want to say at the outset that I thank all of our teachers and the staff and the school communities for the hard work they've done, to have the virtual learning take place. And now we're into a modest, but nevertheless real return to classroom learning. And I'm hoping that we'll be moving forward to get to normal, whatever that may be. But getting to normal, whatever that may be, also requires that we take into account the effects of learning loss. And you said it, Mr. Chairman, we don't know as a fact what learning loss there has been or what the dimensions of that are, but there was a report, December 2020, from Empower K-12, a DC-focused education data firm, that found on the average, our students have lost 4 months of learning in math and 1 month of learning in reading. And that's even worse for our at-risk students who've lost 5 months of learning and reading and 4 months of math. And that learning loss is also disproportionately affecting students of color. And it appears to have widened even further, something we were trying to grapple with anyway, namely the achievement gap. And obviously we can't expect to reverse this loss, whatever its dimensions, unless we take immediate action to identify what it is. We need data collection and we need it now. We also need to look at what remedies we're going to want to put in place to deal with it. And so we need to be sure that we're collecting the data that's relevant and that we have a plan in place. We can't wait till the emergency is over or normal is resumed. I think we have to do this now and we have to do it urgently. So as my colleague has said, Councilmember White, I and he and all of us are really interested in hearing from the experts about what they're doing, both about data collection, understanding what the situation is, and also their plans already attempting to put in place ways to remediate whatever that learning gap is. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to today's discussion on student learning loss. Before I get into my full statement, I'd like to take a moment to recognize that not all loss that has happened during this pandemic has been academic in nature. Earlier this week, a staff member at Blue Stay, Ms. Helen White, lost her battle with COVID-19 after several weeks in the hospital. Her niece described her as a staple of the Ward 8 community, with people coming from all over the city to get their hair done by Ms. Helen. And I wanted to send my deepest condolences to her family, the school community, and her friends and neighbors. We know that situations like this have a reverberating impact on students and learning. So as we frame today's discussion on learning loss, we must also remember the human and emotional toll that this virus is taking. We know what the data says about how students have fared during this pandemic. Councilmember Che pointed it out. And it's not great, particularly for at-risk students and students with IEPs. But I decided to ask some questions of students to get their take, and I want to take a little time just to amplify their voices in this conversation. I asked over the past week, during the pandemic, what have you lost? During the pandemic, what are ways you've seen yourself grow or learn new things, and what do you need this summer? I got a range of replies from elementary to high school students. A number of students talked about loss of family and relationships with their friends, freedom, the privilege of fun. A number of students cited their height as among how they have grown during this pandemic. Others say they are more focused. They've learned to enjoy new things that they didn't like before, like reading. A number of students talked about maturity and how they've grown in responsibility, a source of pride for many of them. And in terms of this summer, socialization was big. They want the pools open, Mr. Chairman. They like to see their friends. Older students want jobs and they don't want to do them virtually. One third grader responded, quote, "Summer is the time to explore places. I want to do that." So while we are acknowledging that there are students who have academic needs, and we should most certainly talk about how we address them, I don't think our interventions will be as successful unless we actively engage students and teachers in the conversation, but also think innovatively about how we address the needs of the whole child. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today. I'm hoping that we can get a roadmap on where we're going for the summer and next school year, so this can better equip our families and teachers and students so that the academic divide doesn't continue to widen. We also looking for us to discuss ways of how we can enrich existing and new opportunities to ensure that children are developing fully, socially, emotionally, and academically. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Nadeau, if you have an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you convening this hearing today. By now, it's common knowledge that the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic completely upended the U.S. education system, forcing schools to adopt strategies without certainty about the results. I applaud district teachers for their determination and patience with distance learning, parents and families for providing the necessary supports for students to continue at pace with their studies, and school nurses who bravely care for students who have returned to in-person learning. All of our students are suffering right now, but the pandemic has shown a brighter light on the pitfalls students with the fewest academic opportunities have. The pandemic has changed the learning trend of every student, but not every student equally. It has exposed deep structural inequity within our public education system. As a result, students of color have suffered more learning loss than white students. These students are currently on track to exit with the greatest learning loss. According to the study conducted by McKinsey and Company that's been referenced already by a couple members, students on average could lose 5 to 9 months of learning by the end of June 2021. Students of color could be 6 to 12 months behind, compared with 4 to 8 months for white students. According to the Deputy Mayor for Education's presentation on the pandemic impact on student learning, 3rd to 8th grade students designated as at risk of academic failure were estimated to have a 5-month delay in math and 4 months in reading. The gap was widest for students designated over age in high school and students placed in foster care by the Child and Family Services Agency. As the chair of the Committee on Human Services, I find this both alarming and disgraceful. By designating even one student at risk for academic failure is one too many. With the supports, tools, knowledge, and data we now have, we cannot allow this downward learning trajectory to continue. I look forward to hearing concrete strategies to be brought forth today by our expert and government witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Lewis Charge.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for hosting this. Speaking from my own experience, not only as a DCPS graduate, but having worked with students at the Southeast Tennyson Learning Center, having been a City Year Corps member, I really wish we had the opportunity to hear from students at the hearing today. I think it's important that we center those with the lived experiences we're trying to address, and those who are closest to them, who are also understanding the isolation, the disengagement, and challenges in assessing technical support, stresses, crowded conditions at home, and even trauma and loss during this year. We also need to hear more from the experts in addressing social emotional learning loss and fostering trusting relationships with students. If we're going to address learning loss, we're also going to have to address trauma. I know this to be the case because when I've worked with students in the past to tutor and mentor them in school and after school, it first takes actually talking to them about what they're experiencing. Recently, I had the opportunity to meet with a Roosevelt High School class, and one of the students shared with me, after I shared with her a personal story of my father, that she had also lost her father recently, and this was through substance abuse. And so she is going through the trauma of grief, as well as trying to get through this learning, through this process of digital learning. I would like to hear from experts who work with students on social emotional learning, who understand that trauma is a part of our students. And that means if we're going to address learning loss, our schools are going to need more social workers and they're going to need more therapists, because our students cannot learn if they are experiencing trauma, and that is a block to their learning process. It is important for us as we look at these challenges that we know that the pandemic has created challenges for all of our students, but disproportionately harmed our students of color and low income students. And I want to take a moment to recognize the hardship they've experienced and the real resilience they've had to foster as a result. So I'm looking forward today and in the future hearing from more experts, including teachers. I believe becoming an expert takes experiencing working directly with students. And so I want to hear from experts who have the experience working with our students day in and day out. I also want to focus on summer enrichment in the school year to come. What can we do to widely and equitably ensure rich educational, recreational, and workforce opportunities for our youth, and how we can help them make sense of for the past year and provide needed social emotional service at scale. And what is our plan to start now, identifying and supporting those students who have fallen behind? Today's conversation may be a technical one, but it also could be more emotional. And our young residents, through no fault of their own, have endured nearly a year of isolation and frustration, stress, pain, and loss. And so we have to acknowledge that, and our responsibility is to them. And I hope that we can work together to get them the answers that they demand and that they deserve during this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Silverman, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do. Hello, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I'll just sum up by saying that our students have been dealing with a lot this year. As colleagues have mentioned, some students have lost a family member due to COVID. Some have lost a teacher. As Councilmember Henderson noted, we just learned this week that a teacher at Blue Stay passed away from COVID-19, although I don't think we know a lot of the circumstances right now. Some of our students have dealt with family members who've fallen seriously ill due to COVID, and some have gotten ill themselves. I'll also note that some are in families who have lost jobs and income due to COVID, and that has impacted access to healthy foods and stable housing. That's a lot to deal with. And they've lost hanging out with friends, playing sports, or playing music as a group, and other things that might not be academic, but are critical to our development and frankly, just fun. They've lost some of the joys that we think fondly about in childhood. Okay, and then there's the loss of actually going physically to school and having to learn online. And that gets to what I really want to focus on, Mr. Chairman, which is, we have seen how the city's economic divide has been really highlighted in COVID. And I think in the academic sphere, in the school sphere, that's in a few ways. Who had access to devices initially, and who has access to Wi-Fi? Who has access to supplemental learning? We talk a lot at this council and now in this country, and it's good. We talk about equity, that coming out of COVID requires a focus on equity. Right now, we're a racially inequitable city. And if we are going to be serious about making this city as fair to Black girls and boys as to white girls and boys and Latino girls and boys, then we need to make public education equitable and fair. So if we are truly focused on equity, then we need to recognize that COVID has had a different impact on Black and Latino families than white families in our city. It's about learning loss, but as several colleagues have mentioned, it's also about this trauma and stress of COVID has weighs differently if you lost your grandma or if your mom lost her job than if you had to stay in your room while mom's on a Zoom call for work, and that impacts, we know, how kids learn. So there's, the real impact of our racial and economic inequities, have directly with learning. And I think it's been said, but I think it can't be emphasized enough that, some families, and unfortunately it's a racial divide in our city, have had access. It's all been hard for everybody. But when you have access to space and to time and to extra help and better tech, you have a better chance of at least getting by and learning in this challenging environment. So I am interested in a few things from this hearing. First of all, what are we talking about when we're talking about learning loss? Does that include social emotional learning loss? Also with, given, I think Councilmember Che called it a modest approach to in-person learning, most of our students are going to still be learning remotely. So how are schools determining whether their approaches work, and how are we sharing that knowledge? We know if the secure classrooms are effective. How do we deal with this equity, really taking it on? So thanks, Mr. Chairman, and look forward to the hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Bonds, if you have an opening statement.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. In fact, thank you for convening this timely hearing. One of the greatest tragedies of the epidemic has been its impact on our young people and their families, particularly with regards to their ability to access quality, sustainable education. And so today I wanted to just piggyback on some of the comments that my colleagues have spoken and have spoken very well about the circumstances that we are in and what we hope to obtain from today's hearing by listening to the experts, how to put our educational system back into the learning mode. I look forward to understanding more about the stress and how we can compensate for that and help our young people move from a stress that they may encounter as they're trying to learn. And I want to hear, while I know we're going to hear a lot about the measurements that were used to determine whether or not there has been learning loss, I'm hoping also that we'll have an opportunity to hear particularly from our experts as to how we can move forward now that we have learned today that the city's coffers may increase by as much as $2 billion in coming months. And learning that, it tells me that we have the opportunity for a larger budget that can contribute to making our schools, families, and students more whole than they have been in modern time. And I wanted to also just offer my condolences to the family of Teacher White on her passing, and just remind us all that it is a tragedy. And as a frontline worker, because I'm sure that she felt very strongly about the work that she did, that we should remember that it is happening throughout our population of Washington, D.C. And so want to make sure that we give deference where it is due. As we think about today's product and what we might get from the experts that are testifying, I hope that we'll discuss extensively last year's Committee on Education Performance Oversight in the budget hearings, where there was talk about how we do not have adequate mental health supports for our students. And I'd like to learn what we can do about that. And I also am interested in hearing about the concerns that have been reported about early literacy gaps between Black and white students and how it has risen 35% points, and what we can do to close this gap. I know that our task ultimately is very daunting, but it's one that we must, it is a challenge that we must face. I think in conversations with you, Chairman, you have pointed out to me a number of times, while I think that housing is one of our biggest concerns, but it also is rooted in our education if we're going to move our community forward. And so I'm looking forward to putting a lot of weight on the experts today to not just tell us about the losses, but to really give us some sense of how they see our great community pulling ahead and out of this calamity. I'm a product of DC schools. My children are a product of DC schools, and I have one granddaughter who is a product of the school system here. And I can tell you, we've had brokenness for many, many decades in various parts of the system. And so I'm looking towards this pandemic as an opportunity for us to really focus on meeting the needs of our school system. And so this is a very important subject matter for a hearing, but one that I see giving us some comprehensive opportunities to learn about what we can really do to fix things. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Pinto for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you for holding this roundtable today on student learning loss during the pandemic. One of the most concerning effects of this whole pandemic this year is the learning loss experienced by our students. And we know that teachers and school staff have been working around the clock to make online learning as meaningful as possible. And yet we know that many students, especially our at-risk and ESL students, have experienced significant learning loss since the onset of the pandemic last March. And I think that this, of all issues, is really crucial that we all come together, the council, the mayor, DCPS, OSSE, DCPCS, and community organizations to think of and implement our solutions creatively to address this unprecedented challenge. How can we more regularly collect our accurate data on student progress without putting students through more testing and taking away from their learning time? How can we use this data to understand what's working and what isn't and adapt with the changes? How can we provide more comprehensive mental health support to our students and their entire families during the school year and throughout the summer? And how can we ensure that the social emotional health of our students is prioritized above all else? We need to address the serious learning loss students have experienced, especially in math, without keeping kids in front of a screen throughout the summer, and give teachers the much needed break that they need while also continuing to address this learning loss this summer. I believe that summer activities and resources need to be significantly bolstered to account for the learning loss that we've seen. And I'm looking forward to hearing from our witnesses today so we can all move forward with a clearer plan of action. So thank you again, Chairman Mendelson. Looking forward to the roundtable.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. We'll now proceed to the witnesses. What I'm going to do is ask all of the witnesses, the non-government witnesses, to come into the witness room. I guess that's what we call it. I'll call them by name as they come in, and then we'll hear testimony from them and then have a round of questions. So Josh Boots, who's founder and executive director of Empower K-12. Nate Schwartz, who's associate professor of practice, Annenberg Institute, Brown University, and co-founder Ed's Research for Recovery. Jason Botel, who is vice president, strategic partnerships at Catapult Learning. Jax Chaudhry, who is DC regional director with Literacy Lab. Monique Harden-Simmons, who's principal KIP DC Promise Public Charter School. Danielle Gonzalez, who is managing director, Education and Society Program at the Aspen Institute. Jennifer Davis, who is senior advisor, Education Redesign Lab at Howard University and co-founder, National Center on Time and Learning. Dr. Terry Peterson, who is chief counselor to former governor and U.S. Secretary of Education Richard Riley. Dr. Julie Washington, who's professor, School of Education at the University of California, Irvine. Hillary Derelick, who is chief executive officer at E.L. Haynes Public Charter School. Raymond Whedon, who is executive director, Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter High School, and Kim Martin, who is principal at Wilson Senior High School. So we will, I'll recognize each of the witnesses in turn. I want to thank you in advance for your testimony and your willingness to participate and responding to our invitation. Following all, I believe there's 12 of you, I will have some questions and recognize colleagues for some questions. Mr. Boots, do you want to begin?
Sure thing. Let me share my screen with the PowerPoint presentation.
You might have to speak up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, council members and council chairman, for the opportunity to present about our learning loss or COVID slide study that we conducted this fall. I also want to thank the schools who administer these assessments and provided the data. Those are both DC public schools and public charter schools. I will also take some time at the end to address, we also did a fall student well-being survey with 8 charter networks as well, and that we'll talk some about the social emotional findings from that as well. Empower K-12, we are a local nonprofit that we were incorporated in 2015. We do help support both the traditional and public charter schools with data-driven best practices. We work with teachers to gather good data to make sure that they're continuously improving. One of the things we are known for is our bold improvement and bold performance schools that we honor every year. And that we definitely still believe that DC can be the first jurisdiction to close the national achievement gap this decade. In 2016, when the second year of PARCC results came out, we did talk about the, even while the citywide proficiency rates were going up, that the achievement gap was growing. That achievement gap has been narrowing slightly ever since, but we do look at those schools that are in yellow that really beat the trend line and are doing really well and honor them with our bold performance schools. And so our work this fall was on COVID learning slide. We do know that many schools chose not to administer the similar assessments this fall as they did in years past. So we were able to get data from both the DCPS and the public charter schools for 30,000 students across 130 schools. Those are students who took the same assessments this fall as they took last fall. We also know that this fall's administration period was different. You know, kids were taking these assessments at home. That's very unique circumstances. And so we definitely dug into the data to really figure out, is there a valid and reliable sample here that we can even analyze for learning loss? And what we found is about 50% of students had valid and reliable data to provide the best available data on COVID slide in the district. Test participation rates this fall weren't as good as typical. We were missing about a quarter of the students who were supposed to take the test, but didn't. And those students tended to be they tended to be at-risk students at schools serving higher percentage of at-risk students. So we are missing about a quarter of the students in this sample. Because this was an atypical time, we did look at things like how long did students take to take the test? Were they rushing through it? Did they take a long time? Were they guessing? We had heard some anecdotal information from schools that like students were getting additional help to take these assessments. So they wasn't sort of the same environment as when they took it at home or at school. And so what we did find is there were a significant amount of students who took a lot longer to take the test and did significantly better than expected. There are also a lot of students who rushed through it. And so what we ended up doing is really focusing in on that group that both like that gave it a good shot and didn't get any help. And so what that ended up being was about 15,000 students worth of data, and about 7,500 of them were students in grades 3 through 8. Their demographics were relatively similar to the demographics served by the city. And this is just additional information about where they came from, every ward, every race, and across both lower elementary, upper elementary, middle school, and high school. But we will focus primarily on grades 3 through 8 because that's where the bulk of the data was at. So what we found is that on average, students have lost 4 months of learning in math and 1 month of learning and reading compared to a normal fall to fall time period. At-risk students have lost 5 months of learning in math and 4 months of learning and reading. So that means our achievement gaps are growing and widening in the District of Columbia. But these are not atypical. These learning slides are very similar to other national studies that have come out from McKinsey, as one of the council members mentioned. And that this slide was also less than projected by national organizations this past spring. So it wasn't as bad as we thought. So we do know that our teachers are doing really hard work. They're doing the like social emotion work that leads to better academic outcomes. They are stunting some of this growth or slide. And how do we know it's 4 months and 1 month? Well, what we do is we look at what these assessments have like a growth standard. So last fall, the kids took it, and based off of where they scored, they might have like a 10-point expected growth by next fall. And so what we're finding is that on average, they're only getting about 9 out of those 10 points in reading, and they only got about 6 out of those 10 points in math. And given a 10-month school year, that's how we get the 4 month and 1 month slide. And like I said, for at-risk students, it's 5 months in math and 4 months in ELA. And And for students with disabilities, 6 months, but limited to no slide in ELA. And I think some anecdotal evidence showed that like students with disabilities are getting some of that one-on-one time that they wouldn't normally get in a regular building, and our teachers are doing a good job. We also broke the data down by additional student groups that you can find here. Again, just students who live east of the river, who are Black or who are at risk, tended to fare worse. So what does that mean in terms of where are we at on track for PARCC proficiency this spring if we are able to give the assessment? We do see a few points drop in both in math for both middle school and upper elementary school, but not much drop in reading as of now. Fewer at-risk students are on track for PARCC, and again, similar to the other Black students, those who live east of the, or go to schools east of the river were more likely to drop further. We also found that the slide might have been continuing through the testing window. Usually these testing windows are 2 to 4 weeks. Because of the challenges to do this administration, they ended up being 8 to 10 weeks to kind of like look at how did students do. Usually these trend lines are very flat because students are getting the typical amount of growth every week. But these are slightly down. So we do see that there could be continuing slide throughout the fall and winter periods. In terms of our projections of where we might be if we are able to give the PARCC assessment this spring, we do see about a 14-point drop expected in ELA and a almost 20-point drop expected in math. For at-risk students, similar drops. We do have different models that like if we were able to return in February, I think when we were thinking returning in February, I think we thought there would be more students returning. So just note that when you're looking at this modeling. These assessments also kind of give some information about how far behind kids are falling. And so in iReady, we found that like at-risk students are falling further behind. 2 or more grade levels behind, almost half of them are 2 or more grade levels behind in math. For early elementary students, these are assessments that teachers administered to students. With students online, they just read books and teachers look at how well they're reading those novels, or not novels, but those books. And what we found are significant increases in the percent of students who are far below proficient. And for not at-risk students, there was actually an increase in the students who are above proficient. Anecdotally, we think that this might be related to the fact that at-risk students and not at-risk students could be a part of pods that were getting that additional support, which might lend to some credence around some of the high dosage tutoring that you will hear about later. For social emotional work, we also administered a fall student well-being survey. This is the first locally administered well-being survey done in the district across multiple LEAs. And what we found is that for students who were at these 7 LEAs in 22 schools, 2,500 students, is that housing and family stability matter. When students did not answer positively to that, was there always enough food available for their family, or did they have a home or apartment? What we found were key differences in how they were feeling, both how often they said that they were mad, how often they said that they were sad, how likely it was that they had experienced the loss of an adult since the pandemic started. But what we didn't find were actually statistically significant relationships with positive adult relationships at school. So what we found there is actually it didn't matter where they were at. The students have positive adult relationships with their teachers at school. And I think that that's a real good positive across the city, that I know our teachers are working really hard on that social emotional, those relationship buildings and connections that are challenging during these times, but they will make a difference in the long run. And so when we think about Empower K-12, what does the research say to us? That like it is, as Council Member Lewis George said, that like we have to work on that trauma. We got to bring back that joy of learning, work on that student well-being. That we also think that investing in creative ways to extend the school year day in initiatives, that is doing stuff with our out of school time providers, our summer providers, like what things can we do to sort of like foster that math this summer? And then also fostering collaboration. We have to get some data. We have to learn quickly. every student will have a device in the future. How do we make sure that those devices are used to mitigate this learning loss? How are we not making sure that they are distractions? And I think we'll find a lot of really great things from our educators, and hopefully we can foster the collaboration and sharing of that data to learn quicker, better, faster together. And that's my time.
Thank you, Mr. Boots. Nate Schwartz.
Thank you for having me here, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. I'm excited to speak with all of you on the topic of learning loss. As you said, my name is Nate Schwartz, and I'm an associate professor of practice at Brown University's Annenberg Institute. I'm here as part of a project called Ed Research for Recovery that I began last March with Sarah Kerr from Results for America. Based on questions from school and district leaders, the project has built up a library of research briefs that summarize key strategies for pandemic recovery in schools. We also led a series of workshops on these subjects with leadership teams from a dozen Washington, D.C. LEAs, including DCPS. So given time constraints and my place in the witness list, I'm going to stay somewhat high level today, but I also heard the calls for specifics in many of your opening statements, and I'm happy to go deeper in the question period. For a start though, I want to draw the committee's attention to 3 interconnected challenges that I hope provide a framework for the actions that you take coming out of this meeting. So the 3 areas I want to highlight include: first, student re-engagement; second, academic learning loss; and third, teacher demoralization. So I'll begin with student re-engagement and well-being. And I'll begin with a little bit of data. Traditionally, as I'm sure you know, state accountability systems have focused on students who are chronically absent, defined as missing more than 10% of a given stretch of the school year. What we're seeing in student absent data this year is fundamentally different. It's actually not that many more students are missing school, but this year's chronically absent students are missing far greater amounts of school than usual, with a significant percentage missing more than half of the days in a month. We're also seeing increases in other indicators of disengagement, rising number of dropouts in high school, and students at all grades who are what we think of as present but checked out, turning off their videos if virtual or simply not completing assignments if present in person. And as you all well know, many of these data points are only symptoms of greater issues around student and family, social, economic, and emotional well-being. We also know that the pandemic has had uneven impacts, widening gaps for students of color and students from lower income families. So when you think about re-engaging these families and rebuilding trusting relationships between schools, between students and their families, it's going to require, I think, resources to create and strengthen monitoring systems that can capture the areas of greatest need, as well as targeted support strategies in areas like school-based mental health and family engagement. As you build your guidance in this area, I direct you to several resources from Ed Research for Recovery that I've included in my written testimony that go deeper on the kinds of data systems and the family engagement strategies that can prove most useful. Next, though, I want to turn to academic learning loss and to note a couple crucial points that I think sometimes get lost from the discussion, although I heard many of them in your opening statements. So first, learning loss and student well-being are sometimes separated out as 2 different concerns, but studies have shown that the best predictor for whether or not students recover from an academic disruption is not actually the academic intervention that they receive, but rather the strength of their relationship with adults in their schools, just what Josh was showing on the slide earlier. So in other words, the work of taking on learning loss goes hand in hand with the work of re-engaging students. And if you ask where to start, I would start with the re-engagement. But with that in mind, the strategies we've seen that work on an academic front for catching students up when they fall far behind tend to involve strengthened core instruction along with additional time for students to engage in small groups with a sustained mentor over time. So building those re-engagement relationships, but doing it around academics. These strategies include things like small group, high dosage tutoring, vacation academies, double dose math. But most importantly, what they are is they're supplemental. They allow students to continue on with high quality grade level work while receiving just-in-time support. In contrast, attempts that have tried to move students into separate classes where they repeat material that failed to make a mark the first time around tend to be unsuccessful. On the third topic here, before I close, I want to add a few words on the educators who make all this possible. So one data point that sticks with me across all these discussions showed, and again, I have the link to this graph in my written testimony, but it shows the stark drop in the percentage of teachers who felt successful in their work across the course of last spring. We are asking educators to conduct their work in entirely new ways while often juggling impossible demands in their personal lives. And we're seeing that play out across the educational system. So any COVID response strategy that doesn't take this reality into account is bound to fail. We cannot just continue to demand more of our educators with no provision for their success. More time spent staffing summer schools, more small group tutoring, more lesson planning that is simultaneously responsive to virtual and in-person students. Making all of this work means building stronger lifelines for teachers, ensuring that they have the materials to make their jobs doable, bringing in other support professionals to support their well-being, and leveraging community organizations to ensure that the vast project of COVID-19 recovery does not fall on our teachers and schools alone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor Schwartz. Jason Bodo.
Hi, thanks very much, Mr. Councilman, and thanks to all the
I can
members.
barely hear you. Can you speak louder or
Sure.
up the volume?
Can you hear me okay now?
Not really.
Okay. I can, how about now? Is this better?
Yeah, I think I can better.
Okay, I apologize for that. So thank you for your attention to the important crisis facing children in the district during this pandemic. I just want to acknowledge the report that Empower K-12 did, obviously very illuminating. At Catapult Learning, we're particularly concerned by the findings that at-risk students have lost 5 months of learning in math and 4 months of learning in reading. And achievement gaps are growing in DC, and at-risk students are falling significantly behind. The report also we saw shows that students with disabilities have been negatively affected as well. While the challenge made clear by the report is daunting, the good news is that effective intensive tutoring can combat learning loss, as I think we just heard from Professor Schwartz. According to a report from the Annenberg Institute, tutoring programs yield consistent and substantial positive impacts on learning outcomes. A little bit about us at Catapult Learning. For more than 40 years, we've delivered educational services, including reading and math intervention and tutoring, to students from low-income communities across the country, including in the DC area. In addition, for many years, we've provided special education services to DC and Maryland public school students and professional development and coaching to educators in DC and the DC area. Due to our experience with providing research-based academic intervention and our expertise in virtual delivery since the beginning of the pandemic, Boston Public Schools asked us to manage their 2020 extended school year program for students with disabilities. Due to COVID, they needed ESY to be entirely virtual, but they had never delivered ESY virtually before. In a short period of time, in partnership with Boston, we recruited, hired, and trained more than 100 teachers to provide virtual instruction to more than 650 students with disabilities. And I should mention, many of these teachers were the students' teachers during the school year. We hired them to work for us over the summer as part of this program. After our successful management of ESY, Boston asked us to partner with them to launch Boston's virtual COVID-19 compensatory service program, which also involves teachers providing instruction to small groups of students with disabilities. And again, most of those teachers being the students' teachers during a regular school day. Currently, the program is being offered to more than 200 students, and we expect that number to grow as Boston identifies more students with disabilities who have suffered learning loss. We're confident that with a concerted effort by education agencies and institutions in DC, in partnership with an organization like ours, a program like this, and in fact, even a far larger one, could be ramped up in a matter of a couple of months and would benefit at-risk students and students with disabilities in DC. In my written testimony, I lay out many details about how this could work, but for now, I'll mention just a few of them. Based on research of effective tutoring, we recommend that student-to-tutor ratios be no more than 4:1. We recommend, at least to begin, a virtual program with students receiving 45 minutes of reading tutoring and 45 minutes of math tutoring per day, 4 days per week, for a period of about 8 weeks. One approach could be to launch this to begin right after students' school years end, but there are other possible iterations. It could be done in person in student schools. It can be done in person in places other than student schools. And I'll give the example of the Tennessee Tutoring Corps, where students are getting tutoring at Boys and Girls Club, where they did over the summer and they will again next summer. all across the state of Tennessee. It could happen during the school day. It could be after school. It could be during the school year, during school vacations. I'll mention that the COVID-19 compensatory services we're delivering for Boston students with disabilities is happening between 4 and 6 p.m. Tuesday through Thursday, as well as during vacation weeks. And weekends is something that's being considered by Boston and by us as well. A program like this could be implemented with the tutor corps being made up of certified teachers, again, like the teachers students have each day, and or college graduates who may not be teachers but can be trained to be effective tutors, or even college students, which is what the Tennessee Tutoring Corps is using. This model could work both for at-risk students and for students with disabilities, though for students with disabilities, there are other considerations that would need to be made in the design of the program. My written testimony includes estimates of what a program like this could cost. I also want to mention, I didn't mention this in my written testimony, but I heard really important points made by many of you, the members, around social emotional learning and social emotional supports. We do integrate those supports and social emotional learning into some of our implementations across the country, and that could be implemented, could be integrated into a tutoring program that focused on reading and math as well. With that, I just want to thank you for your attention to this really important issue, and whenever appropriate, happy to answer any questions and be a thought partner.
Thank you very much. Jax Chaudhry?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Jax Chaudhry, the Regional Director for the Literacy Lab, a nonprofit organization dedicated to closing the literacy gap. We provide high-dosage tutoring to students at 27 school sites in the district. I would like to start by thanking Chairman Mendelson and the members of this committee for their attention to this crucial concern. As the report from Empower K-12 makes plain, students have fallen behind in reading during the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, although all students and families are confronting challenges presented by the pandemic, its consequences are not shouldered equally. One of the most sobering of Empower K-12's findings is that at-risk students have suffered learning loss in reading at 4 times the rate of their peers. In short, consequences of the pandemic have been disparate. Individualized solutions are required. High dosage tutoring should be one of them. Education experts at leading institutions like Johns Hopkins, Brown, and University of Michigan recommend high dosage tutoring as a needed tool to overcome learning loss. As a long-time provider of high dosage tutoring to district students, we unsurprisingly think that an expansion of HDT services would help to combat learning loss and improve academic outcomes for students in general. We also believe that an expansion of HDT services creates an opportunity for the district. It can establish a set of guidelines to ensure that HDT will serve all students well. And second, the district can use the expansion to further promote equity, particularly for some of its most at-risk students. As the district explores where and how high dosage tutoring can be a part of its overall plan, we encourage the council and district government to include the following traits in any HDT model: an evidence-based, high frequency of sessions, regular progress monitoring, and ongoing observation and coaching. In the interest of time, I will omit more in-depth discussion of these items and leave them for your further review in the written testimony. One point I want to ensure is on the record is that time and resources will be required to build school capacity for HDT. PAVE has shared, families want our schools and communities to promote holistic student services to make equitable gains. Specifically, families valued one-to-one student interactions with educators. However, many schools are exhausted from pivoting to provide virtual classroom education and would benefit greatly from one-to-one capacity building. HDT providers expand school capacity intentionally to best support students. With already stretched school personnel and growing demand, the district will likely need to identify third-party partners to help provide the increase in services. That will, however, again, take time and resources, a challenge that can become an opportunity. We also recommend that the district use any expansion as an opportunity to advance equity. To do so, we urge the district to include pre-kindergarten students in HDT programs and promote equitable representation in its tutoring core. Even before the pandemic, the need for HDT in pre-K classrooms was significant. Students did not even begin school at the pre-K level with the same level of preparation. By age 3, there was a several million word gap between children from the wealthiest and the most under-resourced families, and that was pre-pandemic. The pandemic has meaningfully exacerbated the inequities experienced by students of color. A considerable body of research also shows that students of color perform better throughout their academic careers when they have even one same-race teacher during elementary school. Despite that, the educator workforce in the district does not reflect the diversity of all its students. For example, the Office of the State Superintendent's Teacher Workforce Report shows that males of color account for just 16% of the overall teacher workforce, while boys of color comprise 45% of the student body. HDT is an ideal place to begin to address equitable representation in the educator workforce. The district should prioritize recruiting candidates of color to staff HDT programs or seek providers who do. In summary, the challenges that our schools, educators, and students will face in the coming years will be immense. These challenges are also opportunities. We encourage the council and district to use them to combat dual priorities, learning loss and inequities in educational opportunities. Once again, we thank the council for convening this roundtable focused on learning loss. We would also like to acknowledge that the district government has been a leader in funding early literacy since well before the pandemic began. We are supporting students at our 27 partner school sites in part because of the district's investments in the Early Literacy Intervention Initiative grants, which the council enlarged during last year's budget process. I'd be happy to answer any questions, especially regarding trauma-informed care sessions, or to provide more information about our model once we have time for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Chaudhry. Monique Harden-Simmons.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monique Harden-Simmons, and I am the principal of KIPP DC Promise Academy. I have served as an educator in DC for roughly 9 years, teaching first, second, and third grade, and also serving as a vice principal for second, third, and fourth grade. In those capacities, I've had the opportunity to teach, coach, and design math curriculum for elementary students. I am excited to stand before you all today to share more information with you on our math program at Promise as it relates to double dosage. While double dosage math models can typically be seen in high schools and are marked by increasing the time a student spends in a particular math course or on a skill, there are developmentally appropriate versions of such a model in elementary schools. We think of this not as double dosage, but as a balanced math program. Students at Promise spend, on average, roughly 2 hours of their instructional day in our balanced math program. For us, the emphasis is not just on providing more time with a particular skill, but in ensuring that the additional coursework or classroom time allotted meets the needs of all learners. Students are forming their identities throughout their childhood, and we believe their identity as powerful mathematicians is ever more important. So today, I will take time to discuss our math program, provide my thoughts on what makes this program beneficial for students, and finally share how this approach could be modeled in other places. Promise serves students from kindergarten to fourth grade. While systems and structures vary to meet the developmental needs of students, at our core, we seek to ensure that students have access to a math block that teaches skills aligned to the Common Core. We seek to ensure that students have access to a responsive teaching block if needed, and we seek to ensure that students have access to a problem-solving block that serves as a supplement or enrichment block. So let's take time to talk about the main math block. This block is designed to teach skills aligned to the Common Core standards. This block is roughly 1 hour long. Teachers provide direct instruction in teaching a mini lesson and supporting students with guided practice. Students have an opportunity to engage in guided discourse and independent practice before completing a daily exit slip. This block of the day is extremely important in introducing new skills to students in a way that they can understand. The block is roughly 1 hour long because it allows time for students to practice a particular skill or task. The mini lesson is 15 minutes, and the remaining 45 minutes gives students an opportunity to practice with guidance from the teacher first, then independently. I think this approach is valuable because it prioritizes practice. Learning a new skill can be challenging. We don't assume that all learners will get it the first time, every time. We plan additional practice time within the block to ensure that all students get what they need. This model can be used in many places. As a coach, I have found that providing space and time for educators to infuse more practice time and having clear structures during the math block that support additional practice time are key in implementation. Finally, having resources prepped or available for educators to easily access when providing practice opportunities will also ensure success. Our next block of time that supports increased time in mathematics is our responsive teaching block. Utilizing formative exit slip data from the main math block, along with informal check for understanding tools, teachers respond to student misconceptions during the responsive math teaching block. This block is roughly 30 minutes long and allows the teacher to pull up to 2 small groups and tailor instruction to student need. You could see use of manipulatives and or different teaching methods during this time of the day. This block adds an additional layer of support and requires educators to alter teaching methods or even provide scaffolds to meet students where they are. Students are still learning skills aligned to the Common Core, but the educator tries to teach in a way that addresses any misconceptions. This model can be replicated also. It requires educators to have some understanding of data analysis. Educators will be able to identify what questions students got wrong and why they got those questions wrong in order to effectively respond. Finally, we have our problem-solving block, which is also roughly 30 minutes long. This block is also aligned to the Common Core standards and focuses on exposing students to just one problem in depth, allotting time for students to explain verbally, in words, and in pictures the mathematical reasoning or justification they have in solving the problem. Teachers serve as facilitators, and student voice is especially championed here. Students share their approach to the mathematical challenge or question, and other students respond. In K through 2, this happens through a program called Cognitively Guided Instruction, or CGI. In grades 3 and 4, this happens through Problem of the Day. I would like to highlight a few things that are notable about this block. For one, this block creates the space for students to be the experts, and in so doing, enables students to explain their rationale for how they chose to solve a particular problem. This is key because we know that students can learn from one another. Another child's rationale can serve as a powerful tool in supporting other students. Secondly, this block also brings real-world problems to our students that they must grapple with while also applying the mathematical justifications. We use this block many times to expose students to youth culture and culturally relevant pedagogy that not only helps students build their mathematical understanding, but also provides opportunity for students to develop their critical consciousness. In so doing, it is typical to see students hunched over problems together and arguing vibrantly to defend their point of view. This model can also be replicated. I always like to think of this block of the day as the students' block, thought of and led by students. To engage in this block well, it is important to have mathematical challenges and problems that are relevant to students and their experiences. Students still practice skills aligned to standards, but there is a heavy emphasis here on word problem development. Hopefully, in hearing more about the Balanced Math program at Promise, you were able to see the benefits of providing additional time to math in an elementary program, as long as that time is balanced in its approach. While we do believe additional time dedicated to strengthening skills in math has been incredibly important and helpful for our students, we also believe that providing students with a balanced approach to math where they are able to have direct, responsive, tailored instruction, and where they are able to have an opportunity to grapple with mathematical concepts in a way that requires them to own their learning are all ways that this approach will effectively impact our young mathematicians. Thank you all for your time and the opportunity to share my experiences.
Thank you, Ms. Hardin-Simmons. Danielle Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Danielle Gonzalez, and I am the Managing Director with the Aspen Institute Education and Society Program. We support LEA, state, and federal leaders to improve public education with a focus on equity. In fact, DCPS is one of the districts in our national network. I'm here to talk about social emotional development as a strategy to address learning loss. From 2017 to 2019, the Aspen Institute hosted the National Commission on Social, Emotional, and Academic Development. And there are a few takeaways from the commission that I'd like to highlight today. The first is the definition of social, emotional, and academic development. And the second is the research base, or what we know about how learning happens. Now, I'm using the term social, emotional, and academic development, or SEED, not SEL, because the multiple dimensions of learning and development are inextricably linked both in the brain and in life. So first, we know that students need to be intentionally taught SEL skills and competencies. Second, students must exercise those competencies as they learn academic content and as they interact with their peers and adults. And third, learning environments must be physically and emotionally safe and supportive. Now, there has been a lot of focus on number one, the SEL competencies, but all three components must exist in harmony as a three-legged stool on which all learning and development rests. Now, there has been an explosion in research and knowledge in recent years about how the brain actually works. So here's what we know. Social and emotional competencies, such as the ability to manage emotions, focus attention, navigate relationships, persist in the face of difficulty, and problem solve, are related to and predictive of success in school and in life. Students learn more, and classrooms and schools are more effective when students have these skills and competencies. So we know from research, SEED matters. Further, relationships and safety are prerequisites to academic learning. Brain scans show that when humans feel unsafe or under threat, there is actually a flood of stress hormones that inhibits the ability of the brain to process information. Next, we know that to learn, people must actually want to learn. We've talked a little bit about engagement. Well, engagement and motivation happen when learners perceive the school or the learning environment as a place where they actually belong and a place where they have agency. Next, we know that SEED offsets the effects of stress and trauma. So it's an antidote to things such as violence, food shortages, homelessness, racism, or the loss of a loved one. Next, social and emotional skills can be taught. These competencies are not set or predetermined, and indeed, SEED is malleable and measurable. And there are actually ways that it is measurable and valid and reliable and feasible within the school day. It's important to note that research done in the wake of Hurricane Katrina showed that students struggled when schools focused too quickly on remediation and skill recovery rather than on social and emotional development. When students and educators, when humans have experienced disruption, the things that actually matter the most are trusting relationships. And in the context of learning, relationships built around academics. So what do we do about it? Well, first I want to note that the new federal education stabilization funds provide broad flexibility. So if it helps schools serve students and responds to the disruptions of the last year, it's almost certainly allowable under federal law. So I would recommend that these funds be appropriated to personnel focused explicitly on social and emotional supports, such as mental health providers, social workers, and family liaisons. Next, any supports, whether social, emotional, or academic, must be culturally responsive. That is one key way to foster a sense of belonging. A good example of this is the Be More curriculum in Baltimore City. Schools must also build structures that support relationships, such as advisory groups, class meetings, team meetings, multi-grade looping, and daily one-on-one check-ins so that every student is known well by at least one adult in the building. Schools and LEAs must also create and prioritize structures that encourage things like student voice and student agency through practices such as student-led parent-teacher conferences, choice in assignments, and participation in collaborative decision-making structures. Agency is a key to motivation. Next, LEAs in schools can bring the assets of the community, including art, music, sports, health, and mental health services into schools. And there's lots of positive examples about how that's been done across the country and within the district as well. So in terms of specific recommendations and actions for the districts, one thing that the council can do is support LEAs in providing richer professional development on SEED. This includes information about the research base for SEED and the practical implications, such as routines for classroom dialogue, individual reflection, building community and belonging, and treating errors as learning opportunities. These are all ways you can have supportive SEL and academic engagement. The council can also provide access to free climate survey tools for each LEA in each school, such as the US Department of Education survey, which was recently validated in a set of DC schools. OSSE can also provide templates for each LEA to analyze their own data by subgroup and against other measures of school climate, such as attendance and discipline data. For LEAs to make school climate data accessible to families, the district can also consider adding data around school climate to the equity report cards, to school profiles, and to My School DC. LEAs can also partner with DPR, DPH, and out-of-school time providers to collect and use the same or similar measures and tools and engage in shared PD on SEED approaches. Now, when it comes to academic development and integrating SEED, OSSE can provide LEAs with the guidance and flexibility to focus on key academic and social and emotional standards, such as those that were developed by the Student Achievement Partners, which are inclusive of SEL at every grade level and can be thought of as power standards. So you're not trying to recoup 18 months of learning, but specific standards that are most important to build upon to continue to advance onto grade level content. Now, because excessive testing and labeling runs the risk of increased pressure and increased stress on students and may actually further alienate the students and families we most want to reach, I would encourage that when it comes to assessment, the focus should be on formative and on diagnostic assessment and on using those results to provide access to grade level content, not as a gatekeeping mechanism. In conclusion, students cannot recover lost learning unless they feel safe, engaged, motivated, and a sense of belonging. And a comprehensive focus on student and staff well-being, school climate, and access to grade level content will best position students and the district for recovery and growth.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Jennifer Davis.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for inviting me to speak to you today. As so many of the witnesses before me have mentioned, this is an unprecedented crisis and it's going to demand a bold set of responses. Over the last 25 years, I've worked at the federal, state, and local level of government in philanthropic and nonprofit sectors focused on closing achievement and opportunity gaps for children. My recommendations today will reflect upon this past work and more specifically my role as the co-founder of the National Center on Time and Learning, my current work at Harvard University to address the impact of poverty on academic achievement and well-being, and my experience building an intermediary organization in the city of Boston to double the number of children served in after-school and summer programs. Several years ago, my organization supported a team in DC public schools as they explored options to expand learning time in low-performing schools. At that time, the focus was on options for creating a longer school year and to increase the number of hours in the school day in targeted schools. As the district learned, these strategies are very challenging to implement, costly, and do not necessarily result in improved student achievement. My work on expanded learning time began by researching a group of charter and district schools to understand how they structured a successful longer school day and year. One example, and you just heard from Kip, we found that Kip was offering students 50% more learning time compared to traditional district schools offering a 6.5-hour, 180-day school year. Think about the impact of that significant more learning time, especially if a child stays in a KIPP school from kindergarten through high school. Our research over the years found that high quality expanded learning time schools, both traditional district and charter, had several important elements. One, they supported small group individualized instruction using data to identify academic challenges and carefully monitored each child's educational learning levels. They allowed significant time for teacher collaboration so that teachers could learn from each other and address student needs as a team. And they invested very much so in enrichment programming, often offered by community-based organizations that engage students in school and in their passions, built new skills, and helped deepen adult-student relationships. While exploring expanding the school day or year might make sense for the district in the future, I would not recommend making it a top priority right now. Why? because students have more urgent needs because of the impact of the pandemic. I would recommend that the district plan an expansive summer learning and enrichment program. In my view, this should not be a typical summer school experience. Instead, the model should be a collaboration between the schools and community-based organizations. The programming should include opportunities to deepen adult-child relationships, build social emotional skills, offer fun and enriching activities, karate, swimming, art, leadership programming, as well as small group tutoring. The enrichment programming will help attract students to participate. Teachers should be hired to provide the academic support within the summer camp facilities. CBOs could offer programming in school buildings. Especially until the pandemic is behind us, I would also recommend that teachers not be forced to work in the summer, but teachers will raise their hands to help our students. For older students, expanding the DC Summer Jobs program with a work-based and academic component is also important. The pandemic has had a debilitating impact on children's mental health. This is why I believe it is so important to encourage the building of relationships, as others have mentioned, between educators and students and their families, and between youth workers, CBO staff, educators, and children and youth. In some districts across the country, their response to the pandemic has been to call upon a citywide children's cabinet or other cross-sector collaboration to support schools, to provide food, computers, internet connectivity, and other supports. In districts like Oakland, California, they use their community schools infrastructure and a platform created by Salesforce to document and facilitate the delivery of individualized supports to students in the areas, for example, of physical and mental health, housing, and other academic supports. At the Education Redesign Lab at Harvard, we call this success planning, and we're encouraging all districts to build systems to enable the delivery of individualized supports and opportunities to students throughout the school year and during the summer months. Districts like Nashville, Tennessee, have asked school staff to serve as navigators to build relationships with students and their families and to coordinate the services families need. The academic tutoring idea that's been presented is also a critical opportunity. As I'm sure you know, the Biden-Harris proposed rescue package includes $29 billion for extended learning time and supports for students, tutors, and summer school as well. We're all anxious for that to pass. And one final thought in conclusion. With such significant learning loss, all school districts across the US need to take a hard look at their academic priorities. We must all ask, what do our students need to know and be able to do to be prepared for the future economy and to live happy, healthy, and independent lives? Research points to these necessary skills: the ability to problem solve, speak publicly and confidently, and to write convincingly. I realize we're going to need to change our federal education accountability systems to focus on a broader set of child well-being goals in the future. We need this generation to be prepared to be our leaders of the future as we seek to build a more just and fair society, one that addresses our racist past and implements policies to close wealth gaps so that more families can achieve the American dream. We need whole communities to come together to build those necessary leadership skills and supports. Schools alone cannot do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Dr. Terry Peterson.
So good to be with each of you, and I appreciate all your time and of the council and Mr. Chairman for calling this together. It's really clear that we do have dramatic losses from COVID-19. We had an extensive study talking about the impact on reading and math, but I really want you to think about all the other losses also. In the arts, music, clubs, sports, summer enrichment programs, after-school enrichment programs. These aren't just niceties. For many students, these are the very experiences that motivate them to even go to school and stay in school. And they teach crucial real-life skills and positive work and social emotional learning habits. DC could become a leader in developing what I might call, and this might give you heartburn, Mr. Chairman, and everyone else there, an all hands on deck approach to deal with the aftermath of COVID-19 in school, in after school, and in summers. Imagine rallying all of your potential school and city partners, volunteer and youth groups, boys and girls clubs, parks and recreation, museums, libraries, literacy, STEM, and arts organizations, and employers and colleges. Having worked on many education reforms over many years, as you can tell by my gray hair, I know there's a desire always to find that single solution, that silver penny. There isn't one. Instead, the best solutions mobilize community resources, expand successful existing programs, of which you've heard about many, and incentivize educators' creativity. So let me present two big challenges for you. Think about how DC could triple or quadruple participation in existing quality summer and after-school opportunities, including in the clever nonprofit programs like After School All-Stars, DC Scores, Higher Achievement, and many others. Also, think about how you could, in your summer and after-school learning deserts, there's many parts of your city that have a dearth, a desert of after-school and summer programs. How could you fill them up with hundreds of new successful summer and after-school opportunities and partnerships? To orchestrate these many groups and opportunities, explore how, for example, Boston After School and Beyond, the Providence After School Alliance, and Big Thought Dallas coordinate city, schools, and nonprofits for a large-scale set of varied summer and after-school opportunities with success metrics. And they literally involve tens of thousands of young people and hundreds of partner organizations. Importantly, there's a growing body of research and best practices that demonstrate that well-designed summer and after-school learning opportunities do in fact make a substantial difference. The National Summer Learning Association, the After School Alliance, the National League of Cities are resources for you. Adding learning time and opportunities alone won't necessarily produce the results you want or be productive or engaging. The research on effects from extending the school day and year are not so promising, and they can be costly. Also, some of these opportunities or approaches tend to burn out both teachers and students. So in light of these findings, keep in mind that impactful summer and after-school opportunities are not sit behind a desk and do drill and kill worksheets. The attachment, Summer Learning Key Features, is a draft guide to develop successful summer opportunities. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Nearby in Baltimore, a Summer Learning Award-winning program, Young Audiences of Maryland, integrates the arts into reading and math and offers also many of the arts to broaden and inspire. Yet their academic and art gains, achievement gains, combined with higher summer attendance, bested all traditional programs. This example, among many, shows how community organizations can build on school goals while offering important and different, more varied, motivating, and enriching experiences with lots of positive relationships for children and youth beyond the typical school day and year. In summary, an all hands on deck approach is needed right now to help students and families recover. The regular school day needs to be strengthened and educators applaud it in every possible way, and they need our support. But that clearly is not going to be enough. DC could be a leader in mobilizing all of her resources to expand and summer and after school opportunities. Let me give you two final reminders. For a full economic recovery, many parents will need positive supervision for their children and youth in after school and summers to work full time or look for jobs. So that's another benefit of really going an all hands on deck approach to offering summer and after school opportunities. Secondly, a reminder, older children and youth will walk with their feet if the programs aren't relevant, engaging, and full of positive relationships, and have a lot of workforce opportunities. We can't turn the time that students have lost during this pandemic, but we can double down on partnerships, investments, and the quality enhancement of programs to reduce the learning losses they've experienced. Thank you so much for your time and thoughtful engagement.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Dr. Julie Washington.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to address you in this committee this afternoon. I am Julie Washington, a professor in the School of Education at the University of California, Irvine.
Looks like this lady, Julie Washington's testifying. Yeah.
My clinical training is in speech and language pathology, and my scholarship is focused on the intersection of cultural language and the development of reading and language skills of African American children growing up in poverty. Research has shown that the gap in achievement between African American children and their peers grows by 1/10 of a standard deviation for every year that they're enrolled in school. For those children who present the greatest challenges to teaching and learning, children enrolled in special ed, children growing up in poverty, those who present language differences, and children growing up in foster care, these losses are potentially immeasurable when they're not in school at all. In one of the lowest performing schools in an urban district in which I worked recently, attendance dropped to 30% during the pandemic, and that was on a good day. 70% or more of students did not show up. By the end, it was just too hard for many families to sustain, and most of them just fell off our radar. How do we recover from this? We've heard a lot of really great testimony today about things that we can do, but I'd like to stress that one of the things that we really need to do is to accelerate learning, not just remediate loss. The small incremental changes that have been made through remediation are not sufficient, and they never have been. The data from the NAEP demonstrates this every year. These small changes mean that students will improve, but are unlikely to ever catch up. How will we take a 3rd grader who was functioning like a 2nd grader, but making progress when the pandemic started, and now comes back as a 4th or 5th grader who still reads and writes more like a 2nd grader? We can't hold back all the students who didn't show up. We need to gain 2 to 3 whole years in the shortest time possible to get these students on track. Many of the students who have experienced learning loss were already behind when the pandemic started. And so we really have to accelerate the growth of these students. We've not been very successful with acceleration in the past. And we have been better at incremental change. If we reimagined our schools as schools that could accelerate learning, what would they look like? How would we restructure ourselves? And I am stressing that it does take restructuring. Some of the things we've heard today, we would make our classes and groups within classes even smaller, but also our staffs larger. We would focus on depth of learning and not just breadth of content. That depth would be in the areas in which our students show the greatest needs, and as Ms. Harden-Simmons noted, will require a lot of practice. In order to accomplish this, we might need to rethink the scope and sequence and intensify our focus on core skills. And we absolutely need to rethink professional development and highlight content to reflect this new way of structuring our days and thinking about teaching our students. We used to talk about the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, the core skills that support and provide the foundation for all other subjects in our curriculum. Where will we put our focus? I think that's a really important question to ask ourselves. What approaches and content will give us the most bang for our teaching and learning buck? In order to accelerate, we may in fact need to pull back. We have to innovate. I don't think we have a choice at this point. In my written testimony, I discussed some policies, a couple of policies that I think are important to consider as we are moving forward with this, but I want to highlight special education. We have talked for a long time about overrepresentation in special education, and yet research is starting to show that there is not the overrepresentation across the board that we thought there was. In those categories that would provide the greatest access to educational intervention, like specific learning disabilities and speech and language impairment, Brown, Black, poor, and English learning children are shamefully absent. As districts and states start to enact new dyslexia laws, these inequities are going to be magnified. Don't get me wrong, I am fully in support of these laws, but I also fear that inattention to the federal laws will widen the gap and expand inequities as these policies are enacted. This issue will become even more urgent as students return to school from the pandemic and challenge our special education system. Attention to the IDEA and the way we're interpreting those policies is critical. Overall, we need pliability, nimbleness, and flexibility as we address and hopefully restructure to meet the educational standards and demands that are going to arise as a result of this pandemic. Business as usual is no longer sufficient. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Dr. Washington. Hillary Terelick.
Chairman Mendelson and DC Council members, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this discussion on the effect that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on our students' learning and its impact on our community. E.L. Haynes Public Charter School serves 1,190 students in pre-K through 12th grade. And while our campuses are in wards 1 and 4, our students represent all 8 wards of our city. We are tremendously proud of the work we have done in this difficult time, how we engage all of our students in virtual learning, how we support our staff and our families through an unprecedented school year, and how we leverage our time and our calendar. In March 2020, our instructional staff creatively worked with our students to close out the 1920 school year virtually. That summer, we transitioned quickly to a one-to-one technology model, purchasing computers, devices for every student and hotspots for students who needed them, and launching a new online learning management system. This plan came with significant investments, and we are really proud of the virtual learning program that we developed. Our teachers' hard work and creativity and the support of our campus leadership and staff enabled many successes this school year. Across the country, and we've heard today, there are many sources saying that students are experiencing learning loss due to the COVID-19 pandemic. E.L. Haynes' data paints a more complicated picture. In order to best understand the impact the building closures and our transition to virtual learning has had on our students, we draw on a variety of data. Our students' performance in class and on formal assessments, attendance, assignment completion, and through teacher observations. Overall, we've seen increases in some of our assessment results across grades, but we believe our data is mixed or at times unreliable. In the absence of reliable data, teacher expertise and observations are even more important. A teacher's ongoing review of student work and their progress on grade level standards and their assessment of a student's social emotional needs provide a deeper analysis into student performance. Because of what we learned in our virtual classrooms, we cannot say for certain that all or even most of our students have experienced learning loss to the extent that others report. But what we do know is that classrooms are more than just places where students master complex equations or learn to read. They are for play, social interaction, and other critical social emotional development. And while we believe that our virtual classrooms are meeting the academic needs of many of our students, we also believe that providing access to robust in-person opportunities will be critical to the long-term emotional and physical well-being of our students. In response to your questions, I'm going to share a little bit more about our high school. E.L. Haynes works hard to engage our high school students through a strategically designed course schedule and limited in-person experiences. At the beginning of this school year, we reimagined our high school student schedules to better engage them and encourage success. We intentionally adjusted our daily schedule, making 2 important shifts. We added a second advisory period, and we host office hours. The additional advisory period allows students to have another opportunity to connect with their peers and their advisor and supports students to stay on track in real time. Office hours provide a space for students to receive individualized or small group instruction. As we reflect on our high school students' data, we also see mixed results. Overall, we do not have evidence of widespread learning loss at our high school, but we do have evidence that some of our lower performing students are struggling in the virtual learning environment. There could also be unmeasured losses across our campuses in areas where we aren't collecting robust system-wide data, specifically science, social studies, extracurriculars, and social emotional development. E.L. Haynes has, since 2004, leveraged some form of an extended year calendar. We do this by starting earlier in August, using breaks and intercession programming throughout the school year, and then hosting 3 weeks of intercession over summer. Summer programming and our extended year calendar will be a critical tool as we look to our students' needs in the years ahead. This is also why we are committing to offering 3 weeks of programming this summer and extended learning time next year. A little bit more about our plans for the rest of this school year. In mid-January, E.L. Haynes announced that we would begin planning for a hybrid model, a mix of in-person and virtual learning, beginning at the start of our fourth quarter of the academic year. Our community and their input, together with our students' data, will drive our academic planning. Our goal in this process is to be as inclusive as possible, welcoming diverse perspectives to the table as we explore what is best for our entire school community. As many in this Zoom room know, planning for a hybrid learning model is challenging. We need to balance the wishes and needs of families and students, the capacity of our staff, all while considering the equity issues at the center of each of these decisions. And we believe that in-person opportunities are critical for our students. We want to thank the DC Council and the Mayor for your ongoing support of schools in this very difficult time. Recovering from the impact and trauma of the COVID-19 pandemic will take years. We believe that with timely access to the vaccine and consistent and sustained investments in the UPSFF and the facilities allotment for charter schools, that this will help ensure that schools can best support all students this year, next year, and into the future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As I said earlier, I am proud of the work we have done to support our students, families, and staff in such a difficult year. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ehrlich. Raymond Whedon.
Good afternoon, council members, staff, and the committee of the whole. Thank you for making space for Thurgood Marshall Academy and my peers to have a voice at today's roundtable. As you know, my name is Raymond Whedon. I'm the proud father of a 9th grade and 6th grade students here in the district, Ward 7 resident, and I'm also the school leader for about 360 students, 80 team members, partners, and their families. When I was asked to share TMA's plan to actively re-engage students, I was a little puzzled. Because a lot of the work that we are doing has been ongoing. And so this is not necessarily re-engaging, but it's a continuation of the work that we have done for a while. Because this is deeply emotional work for me, I wanted to change how I understand the process should work. And I'm gonna start with my ask and then go ahead into the why soon thereafter. I wanna also highlight that this testimony is my best attempt to aggregate the experiences I am having with the stories that I am hearing from my community. One of the things I'm going to encourage council to do is to really investigate what's going on. I'm going to go to talk to students themselves, teachers in their classrooms, families in their homes, very similar to that Councilmember Henderson did last week with our classes. Also, I'm going to ask that as you are thinking about and hearing about all these things, think about ways that you can help simplify processes for our families, teams, and students who are using the city's tools to help themselves out of this situation. In the grand scheme of things, terms like learning loss, combat, and mitigation generally do not sit well with our communities. Our school and schools across the city have been working to remove obstacles for our students, their families, and our team head on before and continue when we left the building. We try to make a path where our community could continue to engage in rich and meaningful ways with limited restrictions. Our data is showing a great upswing in terms of classroom achievement over the last few months. But our concerns is that we are not seeing the same growth with our students with disabilities and our Black boys. One of the things that we have noticed is that the truth is that while there is learning loss, I think is a term we're in use, is actually an issue of time and what we're focusing on. So about this time, we are generally about half of the curriculum, but this year we're somewhere in about a third of that. So for us, that means it's not necessarily as a loss, but it is that we are not moving at the same pace that we have before. That also in many ways makes sense because none of us, at least I have not ever been in a situation where we're running a school from about 400, 500 different homes. At this point, one of the things that we really think that is going to help flip the script or actually make things better for our students and students across the city is really thinking about what some folks have already talked about, expanding spring, summer, and fall programming. That is working directly with district agencies and providing space and resources and tools for us to do summer in a way that we never have before. Over the last 2 months, TMA has been organizing with other LEA leaders across the city to reimagine what this could look like. We landed on an urgent need to flip the traditional programming on its head and really focusing on the summer as like a 5th quarter. We think that that 5th quarter needs to be to help students re-socialize with one another, relearn about our school and school community, and have a space to learn and have fun. For those who are currently off track, we are considering using this 5th quarter to offset the transition phase everyone has had and the opportunity to help them pass courses without having an F on their transcripts. This collaborative effort could be that we are hosting as CMA students from other places in the city, and then likewise, other schools are doing the same thing for us. For students who are ahead or in grade level, or even recent graduates, is an opportunity for us to offer accelerated classes or offer mentoring and tutoring for our younger students who are a little bit further behind. Our hope is that we'll be able to use and tie into the Summer Youth Employment Program as an incentive for students to stay with us this summer and rebuild some of the skills that they need and to help accelerate to get them on track. And more importantly, that they don't have to make the decision between earning income with SYEP and earning more knowledge with us. If there is a way for us to do both, we really want to do that. This expanded program will come at a cost and it'll mean a significant amount of collaboration from all of us so that we do not limit DCU participation. One of the things that was asked indirectly is like, what shares some of the numbers that we have. So I have some numbers I just wanted to share, and it actually kind of co-signs of what Ms. Delarick talked about, that like there are actually signs of things being good and sometimes things being like just rocky. At this point last year, in terms of our senior class, we had 53% of our students who were accepted into one or more colleges. This year, we actually have 75% of our seniors who are in that situation. So we actually have an increase of seniors who actually are on track to actually already been accepted to 2 or more college, what we call a right fit. Similarly, when we're thinking about our in-school attendance virtually, last year around this time was somewhere around 92.5. This year is around 91.6. The interesting thing about that is that last year we started at somewhere around 100% and we slowly slid into this 92%, where this year we had a very rocky start. And so we're somewhere around the 80% at the beginning of the school year. And now we're climbing to get the aggregate data to be around that 92%. The things that we are seeing is not a shock. We are seeing that like our seniors are showing up every single day. And our 9th grade students, those same students who actually we have not seen on a daily basis, or they may not have ever been in our building, is hovering somewhere around 83%. It's also not surprising that that 83% translates into more and more of our 9th grade students failing 1 or more classes. Some of the things that we also are seeing that we just wanted to make sure that we highlight, like while there are more students who are failing 1 or more classes, we actually have a slightly higher percentage of students who are on track to be promoted to the next grade. We do believe that this is because of the relationships that our students have with their teachers, but also that our teachers are making sense in different ways of engaging with students, which helps build the relationship and trust for students that they cannot see on a daily basis. Finally, I just want to really highlight that like we opened our doors at Thurgood Marshall with the sole purpose of serving Black students. Black students in this city have not necessarily had the best run of things in the last 15, 20 years. While things are trending upward, it's not one of the things that we like hang our hat. When we look at NAEP scores and we look at all the other scores, we as an aggregate, things are going well. But Black students, specifically Black boys, that's not the case. And so what we are trying to do is make sure we're trying to focus on the needs of our Black boys, the needs of our Black students, the needs of our students as a whole, and really recognize that like right now, a lot of them are making decisions between working and going to school. Right now, some of them have already had conversations with their counselors about like stopping and ending their lives. Right now, like we have heard like students who are in class with the camera off and forget to turn off the mic, and we hear the cash register ringing because they're working simultaneously. We know that from Maslow, I think is some kind of philosophical person, that we don't handle like these basic needs for the families and handle these basic needs for our students, it is pretty much a wrap that we're not really going to get the results that we want. So I'm really going to push you to push us, as I'm going to push you as you are helping to serve our city, that we have to think about things in a different way and really take care of our students and their families in their homes if we really expect them to come back to the schools ready to learn on a daily basis. Thank you for all the time that you're giving me. I'm looking forward to answering questions when you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Whedon. Kim Martin.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the committees, staff, and DC community, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am Kim Martin, the principal of Wilson High School in Ward 3. This is my 18th year as a high school principal and my 6th year serving the families of Wilson High School. I've spent the last few months trying to measure and respond to the loss that students are experiencing due to the necessary closing of schools. It's something that truly keeps me up at night, and I know you share my deep concern. I know firsthand that aside from the home, no setting has more influence on a child's health and well-being than school. The American Academy of Pediatrics and the CDC have indicated a predicted increase in childhood trauma resulting from COVID school closures due to changes in students' routines, breaks in the continuity of learning, limited access to mental, speech, and occupational health services, grief of missed celebrations and milestone life events, lost security and safety from housing and food shortages, increased exposure to violence and online harms, threats of physical illness, and uncertainty for the future. Due to the educational and social impact of school closures, there has been substantial impact on food security and physical activity, which disproportionately impacts students living in poverty, African American students, Latinx, and Indigenous students. As the country continues to be enthralled in a racial revolution, it's easy to see the importance of schooling in relation to understanding diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is particularly true for LGBTQ students who may be in homes where their choices and lifestyles are at odds with members of their family. I share all of this to say that when I try to measure students' loss during this time, academic loss is only one part of the equation. Recently, on the first day of in-person programming, measuring what has been lost and taken away from students became clear to me in an emotional way. I watched ninth graders enter the school for the first time, their eyes and hearts full of anticipation and excitement as they looked up and saw the snow falling on the atrium glass and marveled at finally being Wilson High School students. I saw a young girl with her head bowed low walk slowly through the metal detectors, and at once she brightened, smiled, and shouted out upon seeing her friends who were seated socially distanced on the atrium floor and benches. I entered a classroom where one student told me, "I learned so much better today in the classroom than I do at home." And another classroom where a student had been in the US for only 8 months, anxiously waiting to practice English with peers his own age. Though our plan limits the time that students are able to be in school, I feared students would not come because of that. But we still have approximately 60 students a day, more than 200 students each week, who make the choice to leave home and attend school in person for half a day of instructional time. We have seen the role of schooling in society expand beyond the 3 R's to include identification of special needs, mental and sexual and physical health services, including vision, dental care, and care for pregnant students. A priority must be providing adequately trained staff to schools to address the concerns I've described. The secondary trauma that school staff consistently face will only increase in light of the expanded responsibilities in life after COVID. As we look to the future, I am thinking actively on how to build in supports for our students and staff as part of DC's recovery from the pandemic. Our return to school plans must focus on multi-tiered systems of support, robust response to intervention plans, a comprehensive social emotional curriculum, and wraparound services. Many secondary schools sacrifice SEL strategies and positive behavior intervention support programs for a robust, fast-paced, and instructionally focused environment. Post-pandemic, I imagine even the most rigorous schools spending the requisite time nurturing the whole child and prioritizing relationships and relevance over rigor and repetition. We have an unprecedented opportunity to meet students' needs in a new way. I am confident we will see schools rise to the occasion and do less so that we can build more authentic and stronger relationships with families. Thank you again for taking the opportunity to consider the impact of student learning loss and the need to solve this problem. I'm happy to address any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. This testimony has been very helpful, and I appreciate everybody taking the time, each of the witnesses for taking the time to prepare your statements and give them and participate in this hearing. We are running longer or slower or later than I had anticipated. And because there are 8 council members here, we will be, with 5-minute rounds, we will be almost an hour before we get to the government witnesses. So that's what we're going to try, is a 5-minute round for members to ask questions. As the chair, I will go first. Mr. Schwartz, I guess my first question is to you because you were an early witness. You started out saying that you were going to testify from a high level, but you'd be happy to go into some specifics. So I want to ask you to go into some specifics.
Sure. Can
I can hear you now.
So tell me, I outlined these, what I thought were the 3 key areas of challenge. This idea that of the need to re-engage students, especially around their well-being, the idea of taking on academic learning loss, both as means toward re-engaging students, but then thinking about supplemental services that complement what's going on in strong core tier 1 instruction, and the need to realize how thin teachers and educators are stretched right now. So in terms of the specifics that you're looking for, where do you want me to go deeper?
Well, you volunteered. Now, I don't have a lot of time here, but you said you were going to start or keep things at a high level, but you'd be happy to get into some details. So I'm asking you, but I could phrase it differently, and that is, of all the witnesses, did you not hear some suggested strategies that we should hear?
That's a good question. I really liked the mix of witnesses, and I think there were lots of strategies that came out. I think the challenge for all of you is figuring out what to prioritize in a meaningful way. And so if it were me, I would think about a few core things. I think I would think about how to ensure so I would think about how to ensure that schools both have a clear system for monitoring student SEL, looking specifically at the groups of students who are suffering the most, and that's showing up in things like their attendance, and finding ways to have social workers reach out to them, social workers or other core staff in the school. But I think that is the bare minimum. And I think that needs to happen at every single school. I think once you get there, what you need to figure out is how to target certain grade levels, especially the transition grade levels. So what we often see is when students are moving into middle school, moving into high school, that's when the academic losses and the disengagement they feel from school end up weighing most heavily. So if it were me, I would put your greatest amount of resources and money toward the creation of things like these vacation academies and additional tutoring programs that supplement and that are tied to what's going on in the coursework. I would put those at the transition from middle school to middle school this summer, the transition to high school, and then I would make sure they go on through the fall.
Thank you. Because there's not a lot of time, I'm going to shift to another question. When you mentioned those like vacation academies, now this question is going to be just more generally directed whoever wants to volunteer. The vacation academies, so if I remember correctly, was suggested as an interesting, let's not just have extended hours or extended days or extended year. We've got to make it interesting, looking at strategies that incentivize an interest in learning. There was some other testimony about creativity with after-school programs. I think Dr. Peterson said that. And there was another witness who said we have to innovate. But when I think of big cities like Washington, D.C. and big city school systems, I don't think of a lot of what I want to say, an easiness at creativity and innovating. So that might be fine with an LEA of one school. How do we do that? How can I be optimistic that we can do that with a big city school system? Who wants to take a shot at that?
I could try that, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Peterson, then Mr. Botel.
It's the key. You need some kind of intermediary that's supported by the city and school district and nonprofits to orchestrate and motivate this kind of collaboration. Dallas has, I think, 50 or 100,000 more students than you do, and they have offer summer programs for 75,000 young people. And these are, a lot of them are career-based, similar to what Mr. Whedon proposed. Boston is maybe half your size, but serves 15,000 in really clever summer programs. You don't have to run them all as city and district level, but you can create an intermediary with some financial support and a sort of a framework. It's unbelievable the amount of energy that's sitting out there among educators who want to be involved in this extra time and all those different groups I mentioned. If you give them a framework and say, we'd like you to operate 4 to 5 weeks in the summer, older youth, they might have to have employment apprenticeships, credit affiliated, load it with interesting stuff and fun. The young people right now, the last thing they need is more punitive instruction. They need instruction, but it has to be exciting and motivating. And there's ways to organize that, even in your district.
I'm over my time, but Mr. Botel had raised his hand.
Yeah, thank you. Just very quickly, I agree with what was just said, and I'll just say, most summers, just for instance, we run summer school programs in partnership with LEAs across the state of Missouri. We serve about 25 to 30,000 kids, and we do things like STEM robotics, which obviously both teaches STEM and is something kids find really fun. We incorporate field trips. That's difficult during the pandemic, but currently we're doing virtual field trips and that kind of thing. And there are kind of attendance incentive programs that we run in different places around the country, I think could be done here. So I would underscore the kind of partnering with an intermediary can be helpful to manage something with LEA of the size of DCPS or some of the larger charter LEAs.
Thank you. I apologize, I'm out of time. Councilmember Trayon White, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to ask Mr. Boots from Empower K-12. I'm extremely concerned about the river and all students for that matter, but more so the Black and brown kids in the district. Do you know exactly what schools in Ward 8 participated in your data collection? And second question is, during your data collection, did you find any explanation for decline among students east of the Anacostia River? What were the factors that contribute to the decline?
Those are both good questions. We can get you a list of those of the LEAs who participated, who have schools east of the river. We can get that to your office. We will do that. In terms of the reasons why there was learning loss, I don't, our research doesn't go into that, so I can't really speak to that other than that there was a slide. I think it's a very good question. I know that we need more data in order to be able to tackle the whys.
So let me ask you this. What are some of do you all get recommendations on how to turn it around? Because they were already, especially Black boys, had a achievement gap wider than any other race and class in the district for a number of years. And so I can imagine this has put them at a deeper disadvantage. Do you all give recommendations how to turn this around based on dealing with other jurisdictions?
Yes, I think a lot of what was presented, it is really about the social emotional relationships and giving them things that they want, right? We need, I think council members have mentioned this, more like student voice. I think the redesign work that's been happening at Anacostia and Blue has been very positive, and that has engaged student voice to really be like, what would it take for you to be more engaged? We need to be listening to them and responding to them. And I think that work is starting to happen. I think in some places it could be happening faster.
Thank you. I know we're in some time constraints, so I'll skip to Ms. Swartz. Ms. Swartz, how do you propose engaging in those particular small groups you spoke of around tutoring? And how could that be beneficial in turning this achievement gap around?
Sure. So, tutoring is one of those areas where we actually have very, very good research that has shown in lots of contexts at lots of grade levels and lots of subjects, you see these big gains for kids who have fallen far behind. And those large gains are, let me see, those large gains seem to come about because you have a student who is kind of engaging around academics over a period of 6 to 9 months with someone who both connects them to the school, but also connects them to feeling successful in an area where they haven't felt successful. And so we recently released kind of a design principles brief on what we know about tutoring from the research point of view, which lays out how to design programs that show these effective characteristics. Tutoring has to happen several times a week. It has to happen in groups that are smaller than 4 to 1, especially when you're bringing in paraprofessionals or volunteers versus trained teachers. And so as we have a bunch of those design principles, but as you start to think of those, I think there are some vendors that increasingly do this well, places like Saga Education. We can look to the Minnesota Reading Corps, the Minnesota Math Corps, for examples. But then there are also homegrown programs that have successfully done this. But I think to do that, again, it needs to be something that is connected to the school versus kind of an entirely supplemental after-school program that is unrelated to what the student is doing in classwork.
Got it. I want to skip down to Mr. Chaudhry. Forgive me if I'm saying it wrong. You referenced holistic solutions. What are some of your recommendations to the one-on-one tutoring? And how many of your partner sites are actually in Ward 8?
Yes, thank you so much for that question.
Oh, Miss, I'm sorry.
No, it's perfectly fine.
I apologize.
So for our tutors and the tutors that serve our students across DC, we have a significant portion, and we can get you a list of those schools that operate in Ward 7 and Ward 8. Additionally, I echo my esteemed panelists in sharing those notes about the need for socio-emotional health with our students. And so our tutors this year participated in a trauma-informed care session, and we think deeply about how to prepare our tutors to be in one-to-one tutoring sessions with our students, especially because as this is the first year that we've had a fully virtual model. This is the first time where we are literally in students' homes. And so we've heard amazing stories of our tutors and how they've connected with students in a space where many times they are the only individual who is connected to the student one-on-one throughout a full school day. And so we know how effective that is. Additionally, I'll echo Mr. Schwartz and hearing about the Reading Corps model. The Reading Corps model is used by the Literacy Lab, and we are a partner with the Reading Corps. And so we have seen incredible growth when we think about our pre-K students, where we see between fall and winter, we see our students twice as many of our pre-K students ready for kindergarten. And in kindergarten and first grade, we see that students served by us between the fall and winter, that amount has doubled in terms of exceeding target level growth. And so we know that the model works. We're very, very excited to continue to provide that to school partners. And additionally, we hope that we are able to expand those services in a sustainable way to meet the needs of the district.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I think Councilmember Che has left. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your great testimony and for being here today. I'm going to try to get through as many questions as I possibly can. Let's start with Ms. Chaudhry. I think in your testimony, you said that we should include pre-K students in high dosage tutoring. Just for clarification, are you suggesting that rising pre-K students also be included in that this summer to sort of capture them prior to entering, or are you talking about just hitting pre-K4 students essentially?
Yes, so the RISE as well, that would be ideal to begin with those students this summer, certainly.
And then my second question, you said that there's definitely a need for the tutoring corps to be diverse. I would agree with that. What would you say, reasonably speaking, is like the youngest age that a tutor can be and be effective with an elementary school student?
Certainly. So for our corps, as well as our Leading Men Fellows program, we often hire high school seniors or graduates. And so for our Leading Men Fellows, that age range is 18 to 24. And so as early as 18, we really are able to provide that 40 hours of training and provide coaching throughout the year to see those same results that I mentioned previously.
Okay, that's helpful. But it doesn't really help Mr. Whedon, because we've been talking about how we could possibly use high school seniors through the SYEP program for tutoring. So, we keep talking about that. Dr. Peterson, I wanted to say thank you so much for your testimony, because as a kid who I didn't really like math, I liked English a lot, but social studies was my jam, as was arts and music. And I am also concerned in terms of how students are dealing with that through the summer. I was at Dunbar a couple of weeks ago for the vaccination clinic, and they were using a chemistry classroom to serve as the pharmacy. And I was thinking, wow, we have chemistry classes all over the city that are catching dust. And how great is it to see that it's actually being used? You talked about needing to increase participation using 21st century learning centers, programs like DC Scores, Boys and Girls Club, et cetera. In your opinion, is Dallas the best place that does this type of coordination work? I think for DC, we have all of these programs in place. Our coordination is not where it could be in terms of to maximize the impact, but also we tend to wait to the last minute to do stuff. So I'm trying to push the conversation on about what we do for this summer, utilizing some of these programs, but also recognizing that we have a lot of educators who are about to be burnt out. So how can we utilize other partner organizations in this work?
Right. Yeah, I would definitely look at Dallas Big Thought, because they're sort of experts in using scientists and artists as well as organizations on a very large scale. Boston After School and Beyond, their district is not quite as big as yours, but they have like 55,000 students. And they have developed, I think, the best framework that allows groups on the ground, out around the community, to engage with some common metrics around social emotional learning. Mm-hmm. And yet allows the group to use their own uniqueness, an outdoor program, an arts program. It is really, those two are top notch. And I do think for a lot of young people, I used to teach chemistry and statistics, and I wish I had known then what I know now. You can make just like you described, there's chemistry all over. We need to take those people. Young people really gravitate when they sense somebody has expertise. But those people may not know how to organize a classroom. So one final point, maybe we should think about how using teachers who are interested in very different ways. They could coach how to manage the classroom or the experience and design the instruction after school and summers, and not work the whole 3 hours after school, maybe an hour. We could take teachers who are excited and passionate about something, but may not teach it. They might be a chemistry teacher who loves tennis or golf or R&B music or recording. They're really effective, and they don't have to work the whole time, but you have to put it together at the site, as someone mentioned, with the schools, but also the outside people. And then you need an umbrella organization. So I would look at Dallas and Boston and see how they fund this organization. And then when you have that, they kind of capture everybody and leave a lot of latitude at the site.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Peterson. I mean, we have the Office of Out of School Time and Youth Outcomes. So I think we have something in government. It's just a question of I'm almost out of time. I wanted to get to the school leaders. I'm so sorry. Principal Martin, I want to talk to you about what's going on at Wilson. Hillary, Ray, I want to, I would love to know what's happening this summer. And I know the chairman is not going to give me time to do that. So I'm going to set up separate times to talk to you all about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I believe Councilmember Nadeau had to leave. Councilmember Lewis George. You are still muted.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope I can get those seconds back. This is so tough because there's so many great people. Everyone testified. I'm going to go strategically. Professor Schwartz, can I start with you? And the area I want to speak on, you said one of the third factors we need to look at is our teachers and making sure that they are well, and demoralizing teachers being a factor. I don't want to get into kind of some of the stuff that's been happening here in DC with lawsuits, et cetera. So I would ask you, what are practices that would help support our teachers in this moment that you would recommend to keep them going and recognizing that's a factor in addressing learning loss? Sure,
and I'll be quick to allow you other questions. But we have been so the reason I'm using the term demoralization is there was a great Ed Week column about this written by a woman named Doris Santoro at Bowdoin College, who basically said, we are all talking about burnout, and burnout sounds like we can take this problem on with just the right sort of self-care regime. And it's actually more than self-care. Teachers are feeling like they are trying as hard as they can, they are running as fast as they can, and they aren't succeeding. And doing that over a long period of time is really hard in general, and hard especially for the mission-driven people who enter this profession. And so we need to think about how can we create the conditions for more success. Doris Santoro, along with Olga Price at George Washington University, who's sort of in your backyard, has been working with us on a brief around these strategies. And I would reach out directly to Olga Price on this. She runs a sort of lab at George Washington, and they've been thinking about exactly how to support teachers, what set of mental health professionals, et cetera, help with this. The other great person I've talked to in DC around this is Sean Hardnett from Young Statesman Academy. And they have been actually bringing mental health professionals into their schools, not to tend to the students, but to take care of the staff. And it feels like that has made a big difference. And actually, when you look at studies, that mental health interventions that are aimed at staff end up making a big difference to student mental health as well. So I think it's really worth thinking about that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Ms. Chaudhry, and then I'm going to get a Principal Simmons. Ms. Chaudhry, you talked about the work Literacy Lab does. I was a City Year Corps member, so in-class tutoring is like my jam. And so I know how important that is. I know your organization works in 27 schools. What would it take to expand this effort to more schools? What is, what's how can we work to make that happen? Is it through grant? Is your program through grant funding? Do you work directly? How does that work, and how can we expand that?
Thank you so much for that question. At this time, we've received public funding, as mentioned in the testimony, through an expansion last year from the district government. So we're very excited to have been able to expand our services as a result of that. And so I'll be frank, in order to ramp up, if you will, our program, I'll walk through the core pieces of our model and those costs. And depending on how we would like to expand, whether that's expanding for pre-K specifically, expanding for K-3, each of these costs will allow us to do that. And so for our AmeriCorps tutors that work with pre-K as well as K-3, the fully loaded cost for a tutor is $37,500. Recruitment cost for a year is $70,000. Our fully loaded cost for Leading Men Fellows is $50,000. We can double our Leading Men Fellows program now to reach twice the number of pre-K classrooms if we receive increased funding and begin recruitment in the next couple of months. For our AmeriCorps tutors, we could do the same, but we need to wait until school year 22-23 if we wanted to add them at the same cost to schools. If we're fine with being able to subsidize that cost as our AmeriCorps funding allows, then that means there would be a faster timeline. Our AmeriCorps grants run on a 3-year cycle, and we wouldn't be able to apply for more subsidized slots until then, unless, as we've heard, there may be some new changes at the federal level that allows for that. So as always, we prioritize the needs of our students first, and we know to get the results that we've been able to with our model, growing at a sustainable rate allows for that. But we are certainly very excited about the prospect of expanding our Leading Men Fellows cohort, and certainly in thinking about school partnerships for our AmeriCorps tutors as well. Thank you again for that question.
Thank you. And Principal Hardin-Simmons, can you say more about the data that shows KIP's balanced math approach is a model that works and is worth replicating? It sounds like a good model. Sorry. Oh, didn't see the timer. Sorry.
Quickly to answer.
Sure. So for Promise Academy, we've had great success with our math program by being able to ensure that we're providing different approaches to math. So in the main math program, we're able to provide that direct instruction. But then for students who might not get it that first time around, we're able to provide a more responsive program in that second portion. And so by doing all of the different components, we've been able to see great gains with our data on the last PARC assessments, and then also with our ANET assessments as well. Having students range from about, and this is like second, third, and fourth grade data for like ANET, having students range from like a given class, about over 70% of students performing where they should be, above or right at grade level. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Silverman, if you have questions.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. I have too many screens open. First of all, let me say to Mr. Schwartz, as a Brown graduate and someone who took classes with Ted Sizer, it's exciting to have someone from Brown. This is the first time this has happened to me in 7 years. So just an advertisement for Brown. But so here's my question. The biggest impact the DC Council, us, can have on closing the equity gap in education is through the budget. So we are headed into budget season. You know, I think we spend, I don't know, Mr. Chairman, what, like $1 to $2 billion on education every year in a non-COVID year. Oh, what's that, Councilmember Henderson? We spent one. Okay, Mr. Boots, I'm labor chair. But so we do that already, and then we're going to have this infusion of money through the federal government. So the big question is, how do we change the game with the budget, with the resources? Because, and I got to tell you, I am labor chair, and I had this conversation with our workforce development folks, some of whom are in DCPS. I love Erin Bebo very much. But I said, if we keep doing the same thing that we do every single year, we're going to get the same result. We're going to have an equity gap in our city that is wide. And the data Mr. Boots brought to us shows the gap is growing because of COVID. So here's what I'm asking this panel. Give me those three big ideas, the innovative things, the out of the box things that we should do. Because what I'm hearing from you is kind of small scale stuff. I'm hearing one-on-one tutoring. So what do? We do that on a tremendous scale. Can we do that? Can we do that for 35,000 Black and Latino students in DCPS? Is that doable? Then I'm hearing we got to bring a lot of social workers to the table and mental health behavioral services. I have to tell you, I sat with a bunch of Ward 8 principals like a year or two ago, and I said, shouldn't we just flood your schools with mental health providers? And they were kind of like, I don't know. And then I hear for teachers, we need more support. So with my 2.5 minutes left, give me those three big things I should be funding in the budget this year. Free for all, whoever wants to answer.
Fully fund the at-risk formula. We haven't done that. Make sure that it is used for extended school year or extended school day. Like the Miss Hardin-Simmons didn't really say, but her math rates at Promise Academy and Ward 7 exceed some Ward 3 schools. And so like they have time to do that because they have extended school day. So we need to be extended school day, extended school year, fully funding the at-risk formula.
I would just say you need a more comprehensive approach. You need to put in place an infrastructure of support for children from cradle to career.
What does that mean in terms of things that I can put money into?
You create an intermediary like a children's cabinet or a backbone organization that helps to knit together all of the programming in the early childhood space, make sure there's connections between what's happening in early childhood and the K-12 system. You support after school and summer programming in a coordinated way. You integrate mental health and health services, again, in a coordinated, systematic way.
Can I stop you there? So I think Councilmember Henderson said this. We struggle with this coordination. I mean, my agency funds, I heard what Mr. Peterson was saying. It sounds great in theory. We have a 13,000 student summer youth employment program, right? And in some ways it's great, and in some ways it's not meeting its promise. You know, so I hear these things and you know, I read what you tell me and they sound great in theory, but we struggle in the district, and I'm not sure why, to implement, you know. So I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Davis, but I need
I'm just saying
I need things that work, because we've been sitting here for years and years and years with an achievement gap that's just tremendous.
Unless you address the impact of poverty, you will never close the achievement gap. And that's why you need to have a coordinating entity to help you do that.
Okay, and what's that? I'm familiar with intermediaries when it comes to jobs, and we've struggled with those intermediaries too, unfortunately, in this city. But what does that look like? What am I?
Sure. Well, we've worked with communities all over the country to put in place children's cabinets and a staff infrastructure in order to help ensure that the kids are getting the services and supports they need. So it's a coordinating entity like that.
So I'm out of time, but if anyone wants to engage with me on this, please feel free. esilverman@dccouncil.us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Bonds for questions. Councilmember Bonds, I believe you're still with us.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I'll happily.
I'm about to say, I was like, can we get the principals? I was like, can the principals respond to Alyssa's question?
I'll keep going, Mr. Chairman. I know that's your worst nightmare.
I know you like organization, and we are creating chaos, but I would really love to actually hear what the school leaders say to Councilmember Silverman's question. And so if you don't mind just giving us a little bit of time so we can get that on the record.
Please.
Team Silverman's prevailing here. All right, so if the principals would respond to her question.
And the school leaders, I want to include Mr. Whedon and Ms. Derelick as well.
I mean, it's not like I promised them breakfast or anything, Mr. Chairman.
And then we have to move to the government witnesses. So school leaders, please.
I think I can answer pretty quickly. Councilmember Silverman, the principals that I'm in a chat with right now as this hearing is going on are very, very concerned about the fact that the budget is connected to our enrollment. And almost all of us saw declining enrollment, even at a school that's, over capacity like my school. We all saw declines in enrollment. So we're fully anticipating that we're going to have a decline in our budgets for the year coming. We're hand wringing and hair pulling about it. And I know that there's a 95% stabilization, and we often get stabilization funds, but the stabilization funds aren't always enough so that we can even maintain the staff, let alone the fact that almost every panelist here talked about increasing staff. So there's almost zero chance that's going to happen. We can talk about it, but it's almost zero chance it's going to happen if we're already right now preparing for cuts.
Ms. Derelick, I'm going to volunteer you. Do you want to? Anything?
Sure. I would echo what some of my colleagues and other experts have shared around extended day and extended year. I do think that takes resources and investments and expectations from our city. I also want to just underscore, as a school leader who has worked in DC public schools and charter schools, there have been 2 times that I have seen the city really have engagement and collaboration across sector and across leaders. The first was when Race to the Top was launched, and we gathered together to figure out how as a city we wanted to spend those resources. And the second has been this past year. And I don't, Councilmember Silverman, I don't know what the money ask is there, but I do think there is something to how do we keep this momentum going? How do we keep collaborating with each other? Because it actually, I do believe it is going to make our city stronger and help address all of the concerns and challenges that were raised over the course of today's testimonies.
Ms. Hardin-Simmons, if I can volunteer you.
Sure. I think that like one of the things that we have benefited from with our extended day program is just being able to not only provide additional content and supports, but also make sure that our students feel loved. And our students know that like they have a sense of belonging in our schools. And so one of the things that I think that we should prioritize going into this year is just really ensuring that we do have supports there for our families and for our students, social emotional supports, and then also just making sure that we're hearing the people, hearing the families, the students as we are making these decisions, and our staff, making sure that we have many ways to communicate so that we're hearing the people on all of these issues that we're talking about.
Thank you. And Mr. Whedon, if I can volunteer you.
Yeah, everything that has been said, I agree with what Josh is saying about the at-risk funds. And to talk about the collaborations that happened this year has really been amazing. That's something I would not have thought when I was sitting in the room on March 12th, that this is what this would come out of. Like, I walked out of the room March 12th thinking this is going to be terrible, right? It was terrible, but we're all terrible together. I think that, so because we have federal funds and like city funds right now, the thing that I'm worried about is that we're going to put things in motion and they're not going to be able to be sustainable afterwards. And so when I think about Race to the Top and I think about all those other initiatives, we had to change course after that funding eliminated, and it actually put us at another deficit. And so I will push us to think about ways to do that. I think the second thing, and this is what I'm going to push back on council members and the executive office, is that like, I don't get why it is so complex. As a district resident, it is like painfully frustrating. Every year we are called to the mat about like how our test scores are, how our achievement is. And like, I don't see the same level of like internal like accountability. And so I will say like, I am glad that the Summer Youth Employment Program application is 1 page this year, but that took way too much energy to get it to be 1 page. And the fact that we found out that we're still using whatever archaic system that was last spring. And so like, we allow that. And like, I think that as a council and as executive branch, you have to stop allowing mediocreness, because you don't allow it with us. And so like, you can't allow it amongst yourselves either.
Thank you, Mr. Whedon. All right, we're going to proceed to the government witnesses. So I want to again thank each of you for your testimony. And sorry that we did not have more time to ask questions of you. Your testimony has been very helpful. You are going to be excused from the witness room, but you can continue to watch the hearing. You'll be reverted to the view only room, whatever that is. So thank you again. I'm now going to call the government witnesses. Paul Kine, who's the Deputy Mayor for Education. Shauna Young, who's the Interim State Superintendent, Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Dr. Melissa Kim, who's the Deputy Chancellor of Social, Emotional, and Academic Development for the District of Columbia Public School System. Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, who's the Executive Director of the Public Charter School Board. Patricia Brantley, who's Chief Executive Officer of Friendship Public Charter School, and Susan Schaeffler, who is a founder and executive director of KIPP DC. And we will start. I can assure you all that I'm looking at the clock and we will be done before 7:30. I thank you all for your patience. I will start with Deputy Mayor Khan. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman. I hesitate slightly to enter into the chaos that you've been allowing this evening, but I will do so boldly. Good afternoon or good evening now, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today for this public roundtable on accelerating student learning in our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me start by acknowledging and thanking the heart of our schools, our educators. Schools and the local education agencies in the district have demonstrated a relentless commitment to families, students, and the community as a whole. Our teachers have been in the center of all this, showing their fortitude, cooperation, and resilience while adjusting to a whole new way of teaching and learning. Our goals and expectations for the district's public education system have not changed despite the new challenges before us, and I am humbled by our education professionals who, in a moment of crisis, set a new standard for the tremendous role educators play in the lives of students and families. And yet, despite these incredible efforts, we know students are learning less and hurting more, especially Black children, especially brown children, especially children who live in circumstances of poverty. According to the Empower K-12 Falls slide study, we have seen early literacy proficiency in kindergarten through second grade fall by 12 percentage points for all students. This could mean 14,000 or more early readers in grades K through 2 have fallen behind critical benchmarks. The study also revealed greater learning loss for 3rd through 8th grade students designated as at risk of academic failure, with an estimated slide of 5 months in math and 4 months in reading. And this is not a temporary problem. These deficits could result in lasting harm for our city's children. As one example, a McKinsey study on COVID-19 and learning loss in the US found that students could lose an average of $61,000 to $82,000 in lifetime earnings without proper intervention. At the same time, too many children are also tragically exposed to trauma and violence. In 2020 alone, there were 350 homicides. 26 of those were young people who left behind grieving families and friends. The pandemic has exacerbated mental health issues facing our young people, with 77% of students reporting ongoing anxiety related to the pandemic, many stating that they have been unable to participate in the activities that make them happy. 45% of students feel the stress of their family's financial situation. And 1 in 5 said they experienced the loss of a family member in their home. The hardships, the loss of connection, and the anxiety all correlate to our children losing confidence in their ability to learn and succeed. So it is heartening that we are all here today to talk about recovery, but we must ask the question, recovery to what? Our collective work must be about more than recovering. This is the first step to broader change. It must be about healing, answering difficult questions about the ways we have fallen short and the system we want to design, starting with the question, who do we aspire to be? Mayor Bowser's administration believes that we aspire to be a city that eradicates the opportunity gaps that exist between white students and their non-white peers, creating communities where all students experience love and joy and belonging. Doing this requires adjustments to our ways of operating. We must emphasize data-driven design centered on student need. We must foster citywide collaboration and ensure that opportunities are fairly distributed. We must take the best of what we have learned and bring it into a sharper focus. For example, instead of an extended school year for all, it might mean finding innovative ways to bring in the more than 4,000 high school students who are overage and undercredited for a 5th quarter of unique academic and workforce development programming, or offering accelerator academies over school breaks to the estimated 16,000 students at risk of academic failure in grades 3 through 8. We aspire to be a city that is safe for all students. To ensure students are physically safe, it will take additional violence interruption, which is why we've expanded our ONES violence interruption programming from Anacostia High School to 2 additional schools. It will require training for our public safety personnel that enhances skills related to conflict resolution, de-escalation, and cultural competency. To keep students emotionally safe, it will require strong social and emotional skill building in schools and bolstering mental health supports, working closely with the city's Department of Behavioral Health. Youth safety elements are the foundation for all work that we do to accelerate learning and address academic gaps resulting from the pandemic. We aspire to be a city where all children receive a well-rounded education that is demanding, enriching, and personalized. While we design our education systems to achieve long-term transformation, we must also apply a laser-like focus to addressing learning loss and academic acceleration. In addition to working to bring more students back into the classroom, our research over the past many months has helped us identify 6 strategies that we will adopt throughout the recovery period. Stabilize the early childhood sector, strengthen our virtual learning, extend learning opportunities, including summer learning programs, broadly implement high dosage tutoring, accelerate credit attainment, and support families as partners in learning. We are excited to bring our work to accelerate learning as early as summer 2021 in a truly whole city approach across government, across the private sector, across community organizations, across nonprofits, with new earn and learn opportunities for a cohort of students in the Mariam Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, encouraging reading and learning as a family with DC Public Library Summer Challenge, and by offering more academic enrichments as part of our DPR summer camp experience. DPR's popular summer camps provide a unique opportunity to pair effective practices like high dosage tutoring with a traditional core curriculum, which includes creative and physical activities. And of course, DCPS and charter LEAs, as you've heard this evening, are all hard at work developing plans for summer and school year supports for their students who need acceleration the most. In closing, we've learned a lot during this unprecedented time. The pandemic has changed us. We will take all of these things and lessons learned with us into our recovery and beyond. Our teachers, families, and students deserve nothing less. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our current thinking around a citywide approach to recovery. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Shanna Young?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Shauna Young, and I am the Interim State Superintendent of Education. I'm pleased to testify before you today for this public roundtable titled Student Learning Loss, Widening the Achievement Gap During the COVID-19 Pandemic. The district's efforts to keep our residents safe and healthy during the COVID-19 pandemic required schools to take unprecedented measures. For nearly a year now, the vast majority of our students have attended school online, an operational shift with wide-ranging impacts on students, families, and educators. Mayor Bowser, members of the council, educators, and families have worked together for years to improve educational outcomes for our students and to address persistent and unacceptable gaps in student achievement between students of economic disadvantage and their more affluent peers. Together, we have experienced years of continued steady improvements. We have seen increases in the percentage of students that are college and career ready in math and English language arts, and we have outperformed our peers on the nation's report card, the National Assessment for Educational Progress. We must stay committed to that cooperation, even in these tough times. Together, we have built an education system that is equipped to respond to the unprecedented challenges presented by this pandemic. The solutions required to serve our students beyond this pandemic are not new. We must continue to cultivate and support excellent instruction, both in person and virtually, and increase student access to it. We must continue to invest resources in students with the greatest need, and we must continue to build systems inside our schools that support the socio-emotional well-being of our school communities. We must set standards that drive excellence, provide resources to meet those standards, and flexibility for schools and teachers to meet the needs of their communities. I'm confident that we can seize this moment. This afternoon and this evening, I will highlight a few of the ways that OSSE plans to contribute to this critical effort. As the state education agency of the District of Columbia, OSSE plays an important role in setting standards across programs and content areas. We strive to set a high bar, convene partners, provide targeted support, and invest resources to improve quality towards that expectation. We have continued to play that role during this pandemic. It was important to lay a foundation for high-quality virtual learning. Through our guiding principles for continuous education, OSSE provided LEAs with clear and high expectations of what constitutes quality, continuous education for all students. The principles were divided into 3 pillars: high expectations, equity and access, and family engagement. For each pillar, we stated guiding principles and indicators to describe effective implementation. The guiding principles were accompanied by guidance and support documents, including specific point-in-time trainings and carefully curated external resources for LEAs and educators. In the weeks ahead, OSSE will revisit these principles with our stakeholders and we plan on revising the principles to focus on accelerating unfinished learning. We know that a significant number of students will have missed prior knowledge and skills that are essential for future academic work. For some students, this will require direct instruction of new material. For others, more time for guided or independent practice. As was true before the pandemic, there will be instances where students have lost learning time. Students will have different needs based on their individual circumstances. The revised guiding principles will place a special emphasis on determining student learning gaps and responding to them in a way that best supports the learner. LEAs will write plans for the 21-22 school year with a focus on describing how they will operationalize those processes. OSSE will provide guidance, feedback, and training on how LEAs can fulfill these guiding principles. In response to the significant strain placed on LEAs and schools during the pandemic, the federal government has appropriated emergency funds to state education agencies to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus. Federal legislation authorized the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, ESSER, through the CARES Act in March 2020. Federal funds were appropriated to ESSER on two separate occasions, for ESSER 1 through the CARES Act in March 2020, and in ESSER 2 through the FY 2021 Omnibus and COVID Relief Response Act in December 2020. I will outline how OSSE has distributed this funding. OSSE applied and received approximately $42 million from ESSER 1. OSSE subgranted the vast majority of these funds, 90% or approximately $38 million, to LEAs that receive Title I-A funds as required by federal law. Broadly, LEAs are able to spend these funds on any allowable activity permissible under a federal education program and to cover the cost of emergency needs arising from the pandemic. For example, these funds could be allocated to educational technology, sanitation in buildings, or supplemental programming. The funds from ESSER 1 have already been subgranted to LEAs for their use. The remaining 10% of the ESSER 1 funds, which total about $4 million, were for emergency needs as determined by the state education agency. OSSE used these funds to pay for the cost of state educational programs. OSSE also used funds for support activities aligned with the principles for continuous education. For example, we convened school leaders to share promising practices and content specialists to provide trainings on how to adjust instruction to improve remote learning. OSSE has announced preliminary allocations of ESSER 2 funds. These allocations total about $172 million, with 90% of the total award, or about $155 million, to be subgranted to LEAs. While the allowable uses for funds for ESSER 2 are very broad and similar to ESSER 1, LEAs are strongly encouraged by the U.S. Department of Education to use ESSER 2 funding to safely reopen schools as soon as possible and to mitigate and recover student learning lost as a result of the coronavirus pandemic and associated school closures. OSSE is aligned with this direction and will further reinforce and encourage LEAs to invest funding in high-quality instruction and increasing student access to it via evidence-based practices. This includes practices such as high-dosage tutoring and extending learning time with an expanded school day or year. OSSE anticipates allocating the remaining 10%, which totals about $17 million of ESSER 2 funds, in three ways. First, OSSE aims to provide comparable funding to non-Title I-A eligible LEAs. Allocations to LEAs would be based on student enrollment. As with ESSER federal allocations, LEAs would be able to spend their allocation on broad allowable uses, including any expense allowable under federal education law and to support COVID-19 response. Second, OSSE will invest in continuing to expand existing behavioral supports for students and adults, including focus areas identified by LEAs such as telehealth services, emergency response, and curation of high-quality resources for school communities. The pandemic's impact on child development will be significant, and many of our students and adults will need these additional supports. Finally, OSSE aims to invest remaining funding into instructional and special education supports to address accelerating unfinished learning. We are exploring the creation of a virtual coaching program to help teachers build their skills in virtual instruction. We will continue to offer professional development to support inclusive learning. We're also thinking about ways to invest in tools to help school leaders track and monitor student needs and outcomes, as well as ways to provide administrative and data supports to help schools manage the backlog of special education coordination activities. Recovery efforts must transform the ways that schools serve their students that are academically behind. And this challenging time has helped us learn more about how to deliver online instruction and leverage technology. It has been a time of significant instructional innovation. Our educators have heroically and skillfully reimagined instruction to accommodate online learning. To do that at this scale, that fast, is a feat in and of itself, and we're amazed and thankful for their work. We must continue to capitalize on these advances. We know that this time has been difficult and challenging for many, if not all, Washingtonians, even more so for our residents of color and those with the greatest economic need. The needs are clear. The sense of urgency is present. We must double down on our efforts to provide the tools to support schools and teachers in doing their jobs as best they can, and to address barriers that make learning harder for our students. It is our collective job to promote excellent, high quality, effective instruction for every child, every day. The steps that I have outlined today are OSSE's part of that continued effort. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Dr. Kim.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, actually evening, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, hello, and staff. I am Dr. Melissa Kim, Deputy Chancellor of Social, Emotional, and Academic Development for the District of Columbia Public Schools. In this role, I oversee the district's 117 schools, as well as school support programs, including academics, interventions, mental health and well-being, innovations, human capital development, and equity initiatives, with the goal of ensuring that DC Public Schools provides rich and rigorous learning and growing experiences for our students. I appreciate the opportunity to share an update on DCPS's plan to build on our strong academic foundation and accelerate students' learning in response to the current pandemic. As we shift our focus to recovery and begin to plan for summer and fall, I want to highlight the tenacity of our young people. While we absolutely see a clear need to accelerate learning, the pandemic has also shown DCPS students' ability to adapt and grow no matter the circumstances. We have full confidence in our families, our teachers, and most importantly, our students and their ability to thrive after this year of learning very differently. Our students have accelerated their digital expertise by figuring out how to navigate, communicate, and demonstrate their learning in new ways we did not know about before. And we are absolutely eager to tap their new sets of skills as we work to chart a path for recovery and transformation and beyond. As you know, DCPS has engaged students through both virtual and limited in-person opportunities throughout the district's health emergency. When we analyzed early assessment data, our youngest students came to school this year less prepared than in previous years. On the DIBELS assessment, we see an 11% drop in the percent of students meeting or exceeding beginning of year literacy benchmarks compared to last year. Approximately 22% of students in K2 who are meeting our benchmarks pre-COVID fell below that benchmark at the beginning of the school year. Additionally, the early literacy gap between Black and white students that we've been trying to close and have been closing grew from 28% to 35%. We know that gaps in early literacy, social emotional development, and access to quality learning conditions have long-term impacts on our students, the education of our students. Now, prior to the current health emergency, our results from the 2019 Trial Urban District Assessment, TUDA, demonstrated that DC Public Schools continue to be the nation's fastest improving urban school district. Whereas the average growth in other large cities in TUDA was an average of 2 to 3.7%, our growth was well over 10 percentage points of average across the subjects. This includes steady gains of performance over time for Black, Hispanic, students with IEPs, and for students who receive free and reduced lunches on both subject areas and grade levels. For these reasons, in addition to the lessons we've learned from the countless cities across the nation, DC Public Schools has remained grounded in the firm belief that a safe and healthy in-person learning opportunity is the best way to teach and reach students who are facing barriers to success with virtual learning. We are proud to provide the opportunities for our students to return to school and receive the critical support they deserve. DCPS will continue to build on our proven strategies. Providing a strong learning experience is anchored in 3 things. 1, ensuring that our students have access to a strong curriculum that is rigorous, relevant, and engaging. 2, ensuring that our students have smart, caring teachers who know the content and believe in their limitless potential and highlight their voice and experience. And 3, partner with our families to make sure that we leverage each other's knowledge of our children to best support them socially, emotionally, and academically. Specifically, we have invested heavily in creating rigorous student-centered curriculum, which provides our students with authentic and relevant learning experiences like our recent Living Through History cornerstone. We continue to value outstanding educators and invest in their learning and growth through our nationally recognized LEAP professional development. And finally, DC Public Schools has offered over 40 different parent university topics in spring, spanning mental health, college and career, technology use, and launched our family cornerstone units, which provide a roadmap for families from pre-K to graduation that highlights shared learning experience that families and students should share. While we build on our strengths, we see a clear need to adapt and engage our communities around the current needs that we face today. DC Public Schools is working quickly to establish a new vision for recovery and transformation, grounded in the strong foundation we have established in the recent years. With our community's input, our goal is to do 3 things. 1, reimagine the student experience. As many testified today, we believe that students learn most and most deeply when their learning is relevant, connected, purposeful, and elevating student voice and agency. We'd like to then also reinvest in our teachers and our leaders. We believe educators are our greatest resource. Their understanding of students' natural human development will boost learning because they will create the learning. They are the ones who create the learning environments that foster the safety conditions, which are essential to the conditions for students to thrive. We are proud to have retained over 90% of our effective and highly effective teachers in recent years and have some early data to show that we'll continue to do so. And finally, we are eager to re-envision our systems and policies. DC Public Schools is committed to becoming an anti-racist learning organization that will examine all of our systems to improve learning experiences for our students, especially those of color, and recognize that some of the racist practices are built into our systems, and we're eager to examine that more closely. As we look toward the future, we know that we must build on our programming and provide a suite of tools for our schools to meet the diverse student and family needs. In this spring, we will look to establish school-based community core, very much modeled after our recent reopening planning process, that it provides feedback on the interventions and resources best addressed to meet the needs of their schools. We are currently in the process of finalizing both our FY22 budget and the funding we'll receive through the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, which will inform the final approach. Across DC Public Schools, we continue to expand DC Public Schools' multi-tiered systems of supports, often referred to as MTSS. Our evidence-based intervention systems that align social, emotional, academic development to address the needs of the whole child is our eager work. MTSS is a student-centered framework that will guide our recovery and provide a tiered response based on student needs, including both wellness supports along with academic interventions. Based on the needs of each student, we will provide a variety of supports, including the high dosage individualized tutoring you've heard of today. Research is pointing to high intensity targeting tutoring as one of the most effective ways to accelerate learning. We plan to integrate high intensity tutoring into existing summer school sites for students in need and allow schools to choose among tutoring approaches and partners during the school years to work with either work with their teachers and or to utilize trusted partners. And also by establishing accelerator academies. Schools will design tailored learning plans, engage students in learning and spark their excitement for a return to school in this summer 2021. We also want our virtual learning period to serve as a catalyst for further learning innovations. We have digitized our curriculums and modernized our virtual learning management systems. In response to the pandemic, DC Public Schools has approximately distributed 32,000 devices, and teachers and students will continue to rely on technology for academic content enrichment so that they will continue to develop the 21st century skills. DCPS as we committed to working to overcome systems of racism and the intersectional forms of oppression. Equity at DC Public Schools means creating an environment which we eliminate opportunity gaps, interrupt institutional bias, and remove barriers to academic and social success, particularly for students of color. At the district level, we'll continue to prioritize an anti-racism leaning work grounded in the science of learning and development. This includes a recent launch of DC Public Schools' own Anti-Racist Educator University, RU, which provides monthly professional learning opportunities to build teacher and other school-based staff capacity to improve the learning experience for students from historically marginalized groups. This builds on the work that we began in the summer, where our racial equity teacher fellows conducted an equity audit to make changes to our curriculum with the equity lens to get us closer to a culturally representative curriculum. We're also continuing our efforts to expand the enrichment and leadership opportunities for students of color through our RAIN and Educating Males of Color initiatives. In the coming months, we will ensure that DC Public Schools have a healthy and safe return to in-person learning while working diligently to accelerate student progress. We appreciate the support of Mayor Bowser and the DC Council's partnership in these critical endeavors. In a year like no other, we have consistently seen the value our community and the resiliency of our youth bring. I would like to also appreciate DC Public School teachers, school leaders, and staff, and highlight their work to provide quality programming options for Term 3. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and share our early thinking on DC Public Schools' road to recovery and transformation. I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis.
Chairman Mendelson and council members, thank you for inviting me to speak today on the topic of student learning loss in the district's public charter schools. I'm Dr. Michelle Walker-Davis, Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. The COVID-19 pandemic has been devastating on many levels. It has touched every facet of life, especially for our most vulnerable families. Given the enormous challenges, I want to acknowledge the hard work of the DC education community who responded rapidly and creatively to provide continuous support to our children and their families during these unprecedented times. While we have seen our teachers, school leaders, and families step up and embrace change the best they can, we must also acknowledge that it will be challenging to recover from the impacts of this public health crisis. Recovery will require the same level of creativity and commitment that the response to COVID has commanded thus far. We cannot afford to go back to a normal that was not serving all of our children well or equitably. While the DC Public Charter School Board does not run the day-to-day operations of public charter schools, we have positioned our organization to provide support during these unprecedented times. I will share what I believe we need to focus on for an equitable and speedy recovery, and I am joined by LEA leaders who can speak more directly to what they are experiencing and planning for on the ground with students and families. Regardless of when we truly go back to what we deem normal, the pandemic has exposed the deep structural inequities inherent in public education. We need to collectively target students that need the most support to reverse these inequities. We need to ensure that every level of government is serving our students' needs, no matter what those needs are. Collective action will not only require much more extensive collaboration with our partners in the education sector, but also more and better partnerships with the agencies that have a tangential connection with children and families across the district. We have a wealth of expertise and programs in the district, and we should view those as assets to our recovery effort. I agree with the Deputy Mayor that we need to consider which citywide programs we can expand and what services different agencies and organizations are set up to provide. As the Deputy Mayor points out, the Summer Youth Employment Program reaches thousands of students every year and teaches them valuable skills. How can we expand on that program to add components which will help make up for learning loss? I also agree that we need to consider building off of the programs which already exist in our libraries. Computer classes, teen homework help, books from birth, and other such programs are valuable assets to be combating learning loss. We should think about bolstering the homework help program to provide tutoring and literacy support services to students of all ages, and providing ongoing technology classes to help continue building 21st century work skills. DC agencies already provide a great deal of services. Now is the time to think about how we can adapt and build upon them to meet the moment. Responding to this crisis is not the sole responsibility of government. Every day lost during the past year is a day these students do not get back. With this in mind, we must also maximize learning time. Making up for this lost time will require bold ideas and solutions, some of which you've heard today. We must rethink our calendars. This means not only the expansion of extended day or extended year programming, but also supplementing traditional in-school and out-of-school high dosage tutoring for students who are furthest behind. In addition, schools will need to reconsider how they deploy staff across the districts. Schools could increase the effectiveness of their recovery strategies by strategically deploying staff to pair the most effective teachers with students who need the most attention. Combating learning loss requires more than adding programming and reconfiguring calendars. We need the support of our community partners, and many of them are ready to step up. Community-based and out-of-school time organizations are eager to collaborate with schools and other agencies to bolster students' education. They can provide some of the wraparound services, outdoor learning opportunities, and summer programs many families want access to. There are also thousands of college and adult students in DC. We need to consider how we can incentivize them to become involved with our pre-K-12 schools. They could be tutors and mentors to the district's youth. Strategically and equitably investing in these areas is key to recovery and making up for the gaps widened by the pandemic. As we work together as a city to develop a comprehensive plan, my commitment to you today is that DC PCSB will look to use our existing levers to support the reopening of schools as well as the recovery, and to examine what new policies, practices, and partnerships we need to put in place to pursue equity. We plan to place equity and student outcomes at the forefront of our work. This includes our school quality reports, which we will refine when it is appropriate to once again score and tier schools. While these plans are a start, we cannot lose sight of the budgetary commitments necessary to execute these and other strategies. Everything must be on the table. The pandemic has starved both families and the district of income. While we appreciate and must ensure the effective use of the CARES and ESSER funding, we should also look into strategic reallocation of city resources and how we can leverage our assets into working towards a common goal of a better normal. The old normal left too many students without the foundation of resources and services they needed to get the most out of their time in and out of the classroom. It is a moral imperative that all of us, DC government and our community partners, step up and plan strategically to provide students with the supports they need to be college and career ready and to help schools fully recover from the pandemic. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Patricia Brantley.
Good evening. My name is Pat Brantley, and I'm the CEO of Friendship Public Charter School. I thank you for inviting me to this roundtable. I know that this invitation is based on the thousands of students and families, DC residents, taxpayers, and 1,000 workers that Friendship serves. And so I'd like to start my testimony honoring them by telling you what they have told me about learning and loss in this pandemic. From a student who started in virtual only, this school year so far, I don't like that I can't see my teacher in class, which would really help me to understand the work more. I also can't participate in sports and clubs, and that kept me coming to school. From a parent of 2 students, one with special needs before getting an in-person spot. It's really hard for essential worker parents. We can't be on Zoom with our students while we work. I'm concerned that my children won't do very well with this virtual learning, especially because one has an IEP. So can you please let me know if it's possible for them to do some days in school and some virtually? And from one of our dedicated aides who's now working in person, I have scholars that come every day and their grades are improving more and more since they started coming into the Friendship Learning Hub. I hope a couple of the scholars, and as I help them, they say that the Learning Hub allows them to focus more and gives them the school atmosphere they need. The Learning Hub has helped, in my opinion, to ensure that our scholars engage fully in every class. Now I get texts from students that say, hey, the bus is running late, or the train, or even a text just saying, I'm on my way. For the scholars in the Learning Hub, there's an eagerness to be present. And those were the words from our students and staff. At Friendship, we are driven by our commitment to people in our community. And so in our response to the pandemic, we have approached instruction, safety, and community support with first an ear to the people we serve. What we heard is that they need to feel safe, informed, and connected. That was a top priority in the spring when school buildings first closed and remains a top priority now as we reopen. As we plan for recovery, here's what we know. Virtual learning is working for some students, but not all, and certainly not the vast majority. As you may know, Friendship has operated a fully online campus for several years. For this campus, parents purposely chose online and students are thriving. Students of Friendship Online are on track or ahead of expectations by as much as 8 months. However, when we look at the results of students who were thrust into virtual because of the pandemic, our students are progressing slower by a couple of months. Moreover, our wellness survey found that while students felt confident that they could eventually master online learning, over 70% reported feelings of isolation, loneliness, and anxiety. Finally, when we look at grades, we see decreases in credit acquisition, especially for 9th and 10th graders, students who have spent a large part of their transition to high school in a virtual setting and will require immediate credit recovery to be on track for on-time graduation. What we also know as we plan for recovery and a larger reopening is that what has allowed Friendship to open and keep open every single one of our school buildings since the beginning of September for approximately 10% of students and 200 staff members opting into learning hubs, we've learned that comprehensive in-person safety protocols, safety training, endless orders of personal protective equipment, meals, counseling, and social emotional support are critical. For this, we include COVID-19 testing for staff and students and a robust health education campaign about the benefits of the vaccine. As our city and our schools look toward how we start to shift from virtual to in-person school for the majority of students, it's critical that we review what has worked and what we have learned and what more is needed. I'll start with this. 1, world-class technology matters now more than ever. Technology matters both inside and outside the classroom, and access to it directly impacts the ability of students to stay connected to learning. Even after students return to full-time school buildings, we can help close gaps by making sure that every school-age child in the District of Columbia has access to their own technology and stable, strong internet to support learning, not only in school, but also when, where, and how they choose to engage outside of school hours. 2, competency-based learning and progression needs to become the norm for all students. When our students show they can master the content, even if faster or slower than we deem standard, they should get credit for it, and we must examine all policies and regulations related to seat time and move to eliminate barriers and competency-based learning. 3, let schools be schools. Schools should be a place where students thrive academically and socially. We need collaboration and support from across the city to ensure that the best response to the health pandemic is possible and that we have individual schools with the supports they need to figure out COVID testing, PPE, and necessary building modifications as examples. 4, we cannot fully address learning loss unless we address social, emotional loss and trauma. In talking with school principals, other personnel, parents, and students, the #1 request is more mental health supports. 5, our students simply need more time. For Friendship, that means we will double down on summer learning, Saturday school, winter and spring break academies, and other out-of-school time. We will also join with others in asking the city to rethink the wisdom of taking time for park administration. Moreover, to better use time, we're increasing the number of educators we are bringing into our buildings to support small groups and intensive on-campus tutoring. And we will make use of online programs that we use now during virtual learning so that our students can have access to them year-round. Finally, I must end with this. The pandemic has caused inequities, but more telling are the disparities it has uncovered that have long existed in our communities. After years of disenfranchisement and uneven outcomes in health and medical care, many Black and Brown people are showing us they aren't simply going to trust the offers of vaccines that might get us back to normal, nor will they return to school buildings if they don't feel confident that we will keep them safe. Further, the pandemic has uncovered that many of the common ways people access learning and work through computers and the internet are all too uncommon and inaccessible in parts of our city. Let me get to the point. When we suffer a chronic underinvestment year over year over year over year in our at-risk children and families, the achievement gap widens and deepens. We cannot allow this to happen on our watch, and we must do better. So what will we do with this knowledge? What will you do when the advocates come back through yet another budget process and say that we must fund at risk at the level of the adequacy study? Our students do not deserve to carry the burden of this global pandemic in the form of lasting learning loss and social and emotional loss. We must continue to work together to chart a path forward that is anchored in equity, compassion, and tangible resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brantley. Susan Schaeffler.
Thank you guys so much. I am last, I believe. So Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for being here. I will be doing a shortened version of my testimony that I submitted earlier this week, which includes more detail about our COVID response. My name is Susan Schaeffler, and I am the founder and executive director of KIPP DC Public Charter Schools. We operate 18 schools serving 7,000 students in grades pre-K 3 through 12 in wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. Over the past year, we've worked more closely with our public charter school peers, our DC Public Schools, the Deputy Mayor of Education, and other city leaders than we ever have before. Collectively, we have learned that no virtual or hybrid model is perfect, but we are all trying to do our best for our students and our families. KIPP DC's COVID response to date, since transitioning to remote learning, all students receive the necessary and appropriate technology to learn at home, including hotspots. We've also provided printed materials, books, and classroom supplies. Our campuses continue to serve as meal distribution sites, and we have launched an at-home meal delivery service for families who are too anxious to travel to school. We've continued to offer mental health and special education support for families, both virtually and in person, in accordance with health guidance. Throughout this time, we've had to adapt and adjust. Since early fall, KIPP DC has been operating an optional weekly in-person program called Wednesday Workshop for any child that was interested. Originally, more than 400 families and about 125 staff members opted in for this in-person experience, and now both of those numbers have doubled, and we will continue to run this programming through the end of February. Next week, parents will receive more information and can begin to sign up for additional programming in March. So starting in March, and continuing through April, we will expand our in-person offerings with 2 options remaining optional for both staff and students. Option 1 allows us to stay laser focused on continuing remote learning for core content, and it prevents in-person programming from weakening the virtual learning. We plan to structure our school days with a virtual morning focused on core academic content, combined with an option for in-person afternoons focused on instructional intervention, enrichment, community building, and social emotional support. The second option is a full day in-person program that supports remote learning on-site in learning pods. We based our planning on these guidelines. Parent feedback told us that consistency was key, and their input is essential. And we want to be responsive to their needs. And as those needs change and those wants change, we will adapt. With current COVID restrictions, core academic content is best delivered virtually. This allows for consistency, high quality, uninterrupted instruction. We also believe that supplemental intervention and enrichment can be offered in person to provide additional student support, engagement, intervention, and peer connectivity. This summer, we're going to offer intensive literacy tutoring program with the literacy lab that you heard from earlier today, a math intervention and tutoring program, and high school recovery programs, credit recovery programs. We are tapping into the district's resources by working with a number of community-based organizations to host on-site camp, tutoring, and learning opportunities. So how can schools use support? Our teachers and leaders have been working tirelessly to make remote learning successful. And I'm so glad you were able to hear some concrete strategies from our principal, Monique Harden-Simmons, earlier. Well, we are doing everything we can to accelerate learning and make up for a loss in traditional in-person instructional time. We must remind ourselves that our school communities have experienced trauma over the past year. Even the way we characterize learning loss has the potential to further stigmatize our students, looking at our learners and our systems through a lens of deficits rather than assets and strengths. Our city must consider the impact and the impact of the pandemic and the time from home with an assets-based lens. We must take a trauma-informed approach to planning our reopening in order to reinstill trust with our families. We are expecting that as we return to a new normal and recovering from the pandemic, it's going to take about 2 years. As you consider how you can support reopening schools, we'd encourage you to prioritize the following themes. Alternative ways of measuring success this year. KIPP-DC is known for being very data-driven, but our students should not be required to take a lengthy PARCC assessment. When they finally have the chance to return to school, they should be spending that instructional time with their teachers. OSSE needs to seek a state testing waiver from the federal government during this time when we must be focused on recovery 100%. Again, KIPP-DC is very data-driven, and our time is better spent using assessments like MAP, Lexia, iReady, to benchmark student performance and drive planning and instruction, which PARCC unfortunately does not. We need to continue alignment and partnership. City leaders have done a good job at coordinating resources, sharing information in a timely manner, providing safety guidelines for reopening schools, and helping our in-person teachers get vaccinated. Thank you. We need and appreciate this partnership. It is essential to our planning and how we communicate our plans to our families. And we hope to continue to have the flexibility we need to adapt and respond during this ongoing crisis. We need consistent, reliable funding and resources. The Council and Mayor Bowser have been generous with consistent financial support for schools, allowing us to stabilize our resources and human capital, and to provide student experiences that are critical to running high-quality, equitable schools. We've already made more than $10 million in investments in deep cleaning, upgrading air filtration systems, health screening, COVID response staffing, surveillance testing, technology, and more. While the additional federal recovery funding will support some of the immediate costs associated with COVID and reopening schools safely, many of these investments will have lingering expenses into future years. I truly want to thank the Council for creating this space. I know we are all aligned on the same goal. I value your partnership and leadership in ensuring students across the city continue to receive quality instruction and support so they can thrive. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Scheffler. So let me see. I think what we'll do is a 10-minute round and we'll see how that goes. Although I'm counting the number of council members, that might be a little tight. Give me just a second here. So we're going to try 10-minute round, but I'm going to be tight with the time. So I'm going to begin with this. Dr. Kim, with regard to DCPS, when does DCPS start hiring teachers for the fall?
Hiring teachers is a continuous process. It is not just something that happens at any given time. Vacancies that come up through the school year. So we're constantly recruiting and hiring folks for vacancies that come up and or for the future.
Well, I wasn't asking about vacancies. For the school year 21-22, teachers don't automatically continue, correct? They have to be notified that they will be continued for school year 21-22. So when does that happen?
Oh, that process happily, I believe, sometime in March.
March, next month. And what about principals? When do they get notices?
That also, I believe, gets confirmed in the month of March as well.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Kine, in response to the pre-roundtable questions and your testimony, you mentioned several potential initiatives. Learn and earn via the Summer Youth Employment Program, DC Public Library Reading Challenge, adding curriculum to DPR, Department of Parks and Recreation, summer camps, and so forth. What's the status of each of these initiatives?
Thanks, Chairman. And I want to begin by just acknowledging something that I think we haven't been maybe clear enough about so far in this roundtable, and that is that we are still in the middle of the pandemic. And so lots of the planning work that we're doing is obviously contingency planning. So for example, with DPR right now, they can't actually have people inside the recreational facilities. Summer Youth Employment Program right now is going to be entirely virtual, and so on and so forth. So we are doing a lot of contingency planning, and we continue to build some of this plane while we fly it. That said, we do have a very good sense about some of the initiatives that we will definitely be undertaking, building on the work we did last summer and over the course of the school year. So the Marion Bear Summer Youth Employment Program last summer did train a number of older youth to be tutors for elementary age students, and that program will be continuing. We are also working with them as we find host sites to consider schools as locations for the kind of earn and learn program that we were describing. So that's still in planning stage. The Department of Parks and Recreation last summer had learning hubs. They've had some ongoing over the course of the pandemic while they could have people in person. It would be our full intention to continue that program if we're able to, if health conditions allow. Also, we know from our experience last summer that DPR summer programs remain popular, whether virtual or hybrid. And so as we're able to offer additional programming as part of those camps that will actually help support some of the lost learning, we will do that. We've got the space and capacity to do that, so that we will do. The library programs, we've already confirmed with the library that they will do their summer reading challenge. So there's, and then of course, across all of the LEAs, which typically are the center of these things, you heard from some of our colleagues from DCPS and KIPP and Friendship about what their concrete plans are already for this coming summer.
Well, I asked the question because I'm struck by all of the testimony. It's as if we've had two different hearings. The first part of the hearing with what I call the non-government witnesses, we heard a fair amount of specifics about what strategies could be pursued, like the double dose tutoring, for example, or initiatives to provide supports to teachers who are on the verge of burnout. There was a fair amount of specifics, but this part of the portion of the hearing seems to be more generalities. Now, as I listened to your answer, Deputy Mayor, I was thinking that as a council member, I'm interested in the revenue estimates that the Chief Financial Officer gives us. And the revenue estimates are based on a conclusion. It's an assumption, but I'll call it a conclusion, that the city and the country is going to reopen at the end of the summer or beginning of the fall. I'm also what's going through my head is what I'm hearing increasingly on the news day after day about the CDC and its concerns, which don't seem to be severe, about in-person teaching, or in other words, reopening and getting kids back into the classroom. I think I heard something this morning on the news, national news, about the White House pushing for reopening schools. Now, to be sure, there are no deadlines there, but it's clear that by the summer, we're not going to be in the same state that we are in today, which means, says to me as a legislator and policymaker, that by the summer, we're not going to be in the same place in terms of dependence on virtual teaching. But when I look at the testimony from OSSI, the deputy mayor, DCPS, the charter schools, the charter school board, I'm hearing generalities. Hiring is going to start for DCPS, the largest LEA, next month. That is in a few weeks. But when this hearing's over, if I talk to any parent about what the city's plan is for overcoming learning loss, I don't got it. That was bad English. I don't got it. I just don't. I don't know what it is. So there are a lot of principles that we're embracing, like the double dose tutoring. But beyond that, I can't tell you what it is. I don't even know how we're spending the federal money, the $171 million more that we're going to be getting. I'm not hearing anything. So let me ask for volunteers rebutting what I'm saying, why I'm wrong, and why, in fact, the planning that I was told a couple of months ago by some advocates ought to have been taking place a couple of months ago, why the planning that we are at today is adequate.
Well, I'll start and my colleague can begin, Chairman, and I just want to respectfully disagree with your description of what you've heard from government witnesses and certainly from the principals that actually are part of the organizations that sit before you right now in this panel. We've spent months of integrated and collaborative planning, developing what I'm calling contingency plans, many of which require additional local dollars at a moment, as you know, Chairman, when we've had to take hundreds of millions of dollars out of the city budget. So it's not as though we can come up with plans that require more money and wave our magic wand and then fund them. So in terms of these plans that I'm describing, we have a lot that is in the hopper. We have a lot of these programs and plans that are actually moving forward in an appropriate timeline in terms of the timing we need to staff them, develop them, get the training done and so forth for the summer. So there is extreme urgency that we all feel. In terms of the federal money, we can give you detailed accounting of the first round of ESSER funding, and Superintendent Young did that. The other money just came in. LEAs don't even have it yet officially, and so they're not sure how they're going to spend it because they don't know exactly what their allocations are. They haven't until recently. That's all happening now, and again, there's appropriate time to do this. So I'll encourage my other colleagues to chime in, but I think it's fairer to say that we do have detailed plans in the 6 areas that I outlined, along with mental health supports.
Well, let me just note in my minute 30 left that looking at the pre-hearing answers, I quote, "As we move from research and analysis into the planning phase," unquote, and that's dated yesterday, I believe. And I will also note that there's $172 million that's coming from ESSER 2, and we know that there may be additional funding with the next congressional bill scheduled for next month or the following month. And we can do planning the way that the federal government did with the vaccine distribution, leaving it to the states, i.e. leaving it to the LEAs, or we can do something that's a little bit more centralized in terms of accelerated teaching or learning and other supports. So Ms. Young, were you about to answer?
I'm happy to provide a little bit more detail specifically to the federal funding and also as to the logic model for how that funding is spent and some of the legalities around it as well. I think structurally, one of the things that you are hearing is we are acknowledging the many very specific programmatic activities that you've heard our colleagues talk about today at the school level and at the LEA level. And part of our strategy is to fund those LEAs in being responsive to their communities and their teachers, in paying and in implementing those programs. There are many commonalities in those programs, as we've heard about increased access to good instruction and more of it. That could happen in a school building with existing teachers. It can happen with tutoring, et cetera. We have common understanding, as we've talked about that collaboration, that needs to happen. How that might happen in an individual school building and in response to the community's needs and to the school model that community has chosen may look very different. In terms of federal funding, the federal allocation requires that 90% of the funding that comes through the U.S. Department of Education for K-12 be allocated directly to schools, and it does not allow the state to limit the expenditures of that at the LEA level. It does require the LEAs report what they're spending on. We have reporting for the first half of the first chunk of money. And I can say, for example, a large portion of that first federal money was spent on emergency needs for technology. About half of the planned 50% of the funding that LEAs proposed was spent on technology, which makes sense. Between March and September of 2020, schools were working very quickly to equip their communities and teachers with technology needs. With the remaining of the funding, the spend plans for the local education agencies indicate that they plan on spending about 40% of the funding that they had planned to spend in this year, also on technology and infrastructure needs. The ESSER II funding, as I mentioned, will also be allocated in that way. And the U.S. Department of Education has emphasized, as OSSI will, use of that funding for learning loss recovery and reopening buildings. And we collect annual data on LEA spending in categories, including such things as purchasing educational technology, special populations, mental health services, sanitation, et cetera. One thing, LEAs will have flexibility to spend that according to their needs. And one of the ways that I think we've discussed with the deputy mayor and other agencies in coordinating is in the next months, identifying where we will make systemic citywide investments and where the federal funding can be used to support the individual LEA needs to support those other surrounding needs of that school, including extra things that may not be common across the city, other technology needs, other infrastructure, health and safety. So that's an example of how this funding is being used. For the state portion of that funding, as I mentioned in my testimony, we have identified 3 key areas that we'd like to invest some of that money. And we're in the middle of thinking about how to do that, including compensating schools who are not eligible for the federal allocations in a similar way, to address the socio-emotional learning behavioral health supports that we've heard a lot about through state level investments, expanding existing programs in coordination with DBH, for example, or other investments that schools and LEAs have suggested that might be more appropriate for a state level investment as opposed to an individual investment here and there. And then finally, thinking about instructional and special education supports that are specific and probably numerous, related to training and development for teachers, as well as other needs.
Council member, may I also respond?
Well, the challenge is that I have a 10-minute round and I'm 3 minutes.
I will hold it.
I want to interrupt Ms. Young. Councilmember Henderson for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses for being here today. I'm going to try to use my 10 minutes as efficiently as possible, but Deputy Mayor Kine, I want to give you an opportunity to clarify something that you said in terms of your response to Chairman Mendelson around why there is no plan, and then you sort of noted that we're tight on local dollars. But last week, the CFO told us we have a $526 million surplus. So I think for some families who may be listening and some teachers, they're trying to square, we have a surplus, but you're telling us that we don't have the funding in order to provide robust summer programming. How does that work? So I want to give you the opportunity to clarify, perhaps say that public plans are forthcoming or you guys are still working on it. I'll give you a little time there.
So you're giving me an opportunity to clarify a point on,
yes,
the city budget, which is an evolving which is something that evolves, as you are pointing out, from potentially even week to week. You're talking about something this OCFO said last week. That doesn't immediately translate into money into, for example, DPR's budget. As I think
no, I understand that, but I also know that in March 31st, we're also supposed to be getting an FY21 supplemental. And what I'm thinking is that that is the time that if the city is going to move money for this summer, it's going to happen there. And what I'm hearing from you, and why I'm trying to give you opportunity to clarify, is that I heard we don't have any money, but I know last week the CFO said we have some money.
Well, I'm sorry, Councilmember, you feel like you heard that we don't have any money. The point that I am making right now is we are in the middle, the administration is in the middle of its budget development process, both for reprogramming as well as for fiscal 22. That's a process we're engaged in right now. We are always engaged in that process at this time of year. The mayor will deliver her budget to council, to all of you, at the end of March.
Okay, so in terms of what do we tell families now around what are the options that are going to be available for this summer? Because I know families in certain parts of the city are already planning for summer, right? They're looking, who has summer camp? Okay, if I don't have that, how can I hire a teacher for a pod? What are the available pieces? And so I feel like the clock is ticking. And if you're not going to tell me until April of what I can expect for this summer, then we're further behind, are we not? Or do you feel like we're on the appropriate timetable here?
Well, Councilmember, I certainly share your sense of urgency, as I think that, along with all of the other government witnesses here. I would say that we are, as I shared before, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We are focused on lots of things in providing services to families. We've been working relentlessly on helping to provide school reopening supports and services for students that need it the most. We are involved in coordinating across all agencies of government to ensure that we do have a robust set of offerings for the summer. Take something like the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program. We don't have to have identified all the host sites now. The application is open, students are indicating what they want. The young people should go and do that now, and we will identify the appropriate host sites for that. As far as the DPR summer programming goes, that of course is delayed this year because we don't know, despite the chairman's optimism, whether we'll be able to be in person. We literally don't know that. So I can't tell you now that we're going to have in-person summer camp offerings for families this summer because we simply don't know that that's the case. We don't know what the health conditions in the city will allow. You did hear from school leaders a little bit earlier about some very specific summer plans that are available to families through their schools. You heard from DCPS that that's what they're offering. And those offerings will be made available to families on the relevant and appropriate timeline. So I don't think that there's I don't agree with the implication that we are somehow behind the 8 ball in announcing a set of very specific programs and offerings as we are developing them.
Okay, I'll move on. I feel like some of my other colleagues will probe on that a little bit more. I want to, DCPS, I kind of want to talk to you guys a little bit. I had a conversation earlier with the chancellor. So my questions here are just to sort of get some stuff on the record around some of the pre-hearing questions that were submitted. Question 9, in terms of the number of students in term 1 who were failing one or multiple classes was pretty alarming. And I have to say, the biggest alarm for me was around middle grades. And I'm curious in terms of how you all analyze that data for the models that were put in place for the offerings of in-person instruction that is happening currently now in term 3. Are there care classrooms in the middle school models, or are all of these students seeing in-person instruction in like an actual, I have a teacher in front of me who's doing the intervention and work?
Yep. Thank you for asking that question. So as you know, all of our schools designed their return to school programs based on data and lots of community conversations, including teachers and families, and certainly in our middle grade levels, some students. And course failure is absolutely one of the data points they looked at. And I know that they disaggregated that data to figure out who those students were by race, by other at-risk categories. And we know that this mirrors national conversation about course failures increasing not only in District of Columbia Public Schools, but across the country. That sparked a great deal of conversation with term 1 grades between principals and superintendents and our cluster support model team members to figure out what is happening. The numbers of observations of classrooms we made in the school year is over 2,000, and we continue to be in our schools every day to provide supports to our teachers, coaches, and our school leaders. So all that to say, council member, that is one of the many facets we looked at, and many schools try to target students who are high in absenteeism and or other at-risk categories, as well as course failures as one of those metrics. Also recognizing the fact that in our secondary schools, while also staying true to the expectation of Department of Health of how many number of cohorts our teachers can see and how many students can be in our classroom, recognizing their secondary schools, our students see multiple teachers in a day. So to bring them in for the school day with only for one teacher or 2 teachers and then having to take care of their other courses made it more challenging for secondary schools to bring kids in at larger numbers. But I know that is a issue that our middle school leaders are thinking about right now, and even in conversations about how to support even stronger.
Thank you. Ms. Brantley and Ms. Schaeffler, are you seeing similar trends? I know we didn't have the data from you all. I'm curious, are you seeing similar trends around middle grades? Because I feel like in our conversation about learning, we focused a lot on our younger students, which I totally understand and recognize. And then on our older students for sure, but I feel like our middle grades, if we don't get this right, we're gonna be seeing a higher dropout rate just in terms of how do we re-engage these students who already at such a young age seem to be disconnected?
Good evening. I am seeing students who transition from 8th to 9th grade and 9th to 10th as falling off the most. And I think it's because they finished their 8th grade year virtual and then went to their 9th grade year virtual.
That's helpful.
And those are students that we've invited for more in-person learning now. And we need to accelerate as we go forward.
Okay, Ms. Schaeffler, or Schaeffler, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly.
Trust me, I'm used to it. Chef like a cook, Scheffler. So what we're seeing with KIPP DC schools, one, our middle schools, they're doing okay. The programming is working for about 80% of our kids are actually fine academically, but there is a cohort of kids that are struggling. And what we're doing is specifically targeting those students that are not as successful with the virtual programming to be our in-person kids. And again, it's an interesting phenomenon to have to be opening up schools and have parents reluctant to send kids back. And sometimes it takes the phone call from a teacher to say, hey, I'm coming back to school. I want to see you in person in my class this week. Can we get this to work? And really start to figure out how do we connect with our kids that are struggling the most. So in some cases, we are seeing that the virtual instruction does work for kids, some kids, but obviously not all kids. And we have to be really specific on that data and look at the kids that are struggling the most and really connect with the parents and reassure them that we're putting the safety measures in place for their kids to return to school.
Thank you for that. I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman, and I got a kid and I got dinner and the whole nine. So I may not be able to do a second round, but I just want to say this. Families, teachers, kids want a plan. And I know you think that you're on a time frame here, but I'm telling you that we are hearing every day. I wouldn't be asking this question, right? My kid is not in school yet. She's in daycare. I know where she's going every day. I know where she's going to be this summer. But if we expect our middle grade kids and our elementary schools and our high school kids to just stay home this summer and stay in the house, we are in for a rude awakening. We need to have some type of plan about what is going to happen, or we're going to see reverberating impacts in other parts of the city. And I hate to say to a family, you got to wait till April or May or whenever the budget is passed for us to know what we're doing this summer. And so I want to work with you, Deputy Mayor, and the LEA leaders in terms of what you need to make this happen in a coordinated and efficient manner. But, while also listening to kids, because they want to go outside. They want to go to the pools. That's what I'm getting from students. Academics is part of it, but like, we got to make summer fun in some particular way. And if we wait to the last minute, I think we're going to fail. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me a little time there. Thank you.
Yes, but let me just note, Councilmember Henderson, this isn't just about people knowing. This is also about how we're going to overcome learning loss.
Yes, no, I recognize that in terms of the overcoming the learning loss piece,
Okay,
but I also know.
Tell me what plan you heard? Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I didn't hear it either. Councilmember Lewis George, you were next.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses who testified. I think one thing that's for certain is that if we're not collecting data, we're not going to be able to address learning loss. And I think one of the most frustrating things about this process is I've heard repeatedly, that we've said we're data driven, but we can't say we're data driven when we're only collecting data on half of the kids. And so what I wanted to talk about is just some of the questions we asked in pre-hearing, in our pre-hearing questions, and see if we can get some more detailed answers on them. And Deputy Mayor Ken, we asked in the pre-hearing questions for a breakdown of investments to improve virtual learning. What we got back is a description of all grants going to LEAs from ESER funds and GEER funds. So my understanding is LEAs decide how they're spending this funding, and are you basically telling us that DME and OSSE don't know how LEAs have been spending these dollars? And has anything been spent on improving virtual learning?
Thanks for the question, Council Member. I will let the superintendent answer the question, but to be very direct, no, we're not saying that at all. We actually, there are very rigorous oversight procedures required by the Department of Education for us to monitor the spend of this money, which the superintendent was talking about earlier. So we know what their plans are, and we will know exactly how they spend the dollars going forward. But I'll let Ms. Young respond more fully.
Thanks, Council Member. As I was mentioning in one of my previous answers, the first round of ESSER funding went out and was able to be spent for expenditures and expenses between March and starting in March 2020. The LEAs articulated what use of funds that they would be spending it on, and they were able to allocate that funding over multiple fiscal years. At the first time that we first got this relief, as you recall, schools and anyone else did not know what more relief may or may not have been coming. So many schools allocated that funding over multiple fiscal years. From what we know about expenditures during the fiscal year 20, about half of the expenditures that LEAs claimed were for purchasing educational technology, and other categories included expenses such as unique needs of special populations, mental health supports, sanitizing and facilities, PPE, and summer learning and supplemental after-school programs. We also see planned expenditures in those categories during this fiscal year. Not all of that is reconciled yet because LEAs are able to both reconcile their expenditures from last year and apply them into this year. We anticipate that with this new funding, much more will be spent down from the first round. And LEAs must submit a plan for in what buckets they will spend, and then reimburse against that, and reimbursement submitted to OSSE and how those are spent. We consider investments in reopening schools, investments in accelerating lost learning, or because they are investments in getting our students back in buildings, as well as technology. Other types of programming we've heard people talk about today are all eligible expenses for this funding, including personnel costs or after school or extra tutoring, different kinds of online systems that deliver content, curricula. All of those are eligible, and we anticipate seeing schools spend that in many different ways, depending on what their needs are. And we will monitor based on what they said they will spend. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the federal government does not allow us to limit how LEAs are using that funding, but we will be able to report on it.
Okay. So just a follow up to that, I know 3.28 million of year funding went to Octo for the Internet for All program, which was supposed to reach 25,000 students. How many families have signed up for this program to date?
Thanks, Councilmember. I can take that question. So Octo has engaged in 3 rounds of interaction with schools, as you know, to try and get no-cost broadband into those households. And to date, they have reached, I believe it's 9,000 students. And we are continuing to work with the schools to broaden that number, to get up to the number that we have funding for.
Okay, thank you. I have a question because we heard our principals say they are concerned about enrollment and how enrollment impacts their budgets and their ability to do all that we're requiring of them. Is DME looking at how are we adjusting our enrollment projection methodology to account for all the families who didn't enroll this school year, but likely will when in-person returns? Are we willing to change our methodology based on enrollment to allow for our schools to be able to do what needs to happen in order for students not to have learning, to address learning loss?
It's a really important and good and complicated question. And I would just very respectfully rephrase it a little bit and say that I don't think we're prepared to adjust the methodology, the sort of underlying methodology, which we feel very confident in, working with individual schools, both in DCPS and also across the charter sector, and determining where schools are expanding and where they anticipate needing additional dollars to serve additional students. So we think the underlying methodology is very strong. This is a very, very odd year, as you know, for enrollment, with a number of students that didn't show up. DCPS early on in the pandemic did some phone banking and learned that a number of those students had simply moved to other states, were out of state for a while. A very small number moved to private schools and so on. So we have tried to account for, as we're working through our enrollment projections, to account for this anomalous year. And we are taking into account the fact that we do believe there will be a number of students who will be returning to the public school system that simply are not in it this year for those reasons that I described.
Okay. I wanted to ask a question. I'll go to Dr. Kim on this. We know we've learned even today the impact of teacher turnover will have, knowing the evidence showing the impact of teacher turnover on student achievement. What is your plan to ensure our teachers are supported and stay at DCPS next year? Is there a written plan, and could you share it with us?
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to answer the question about how important teachers are to our recovery plan and just schools in general, obviously. And just to amend and add to the answer I gave before to the chairman, we do take teacher supports absolutely seriously, and we start recruiting teachers certainly in December and think through how we will do that particular process. Similarly, I think your question's asking about what do we do for the teachers we currently have in our buildings who are making Herculean efforts to teach from home, connect with students and so forth. And I just want to take this opportunity, council member, to share a little bit of data that we have from the Insight survey that we've asked our teachers to participate in. And we were glad to see that in our fall administrator of this particular survey to our teachers, our response rate was at 70%, which is about where it's always been. So we're glad that our teachers are engaging and giving us information about that. So to the complexity of this question of this entire hearing of learning loss and what that means, I'm gonna make it even more complex. When teachers are asked about their experiences, let me try to get to the number. 60% of our teachers strongly or agree or strongly agree that they feel very comfortable teaching students in a virtual environment, and 93% of our teachers strongly agree with the fact that they can currently track engagement of students within their class meetings through verbals and chats and collaboration. So although it is stressful, our teachers are figuring out, and they're resilient and they're brilliant, they're figuring out ways to connect with their kids and find professional satisfaction in teaching in this particular way. And also another lovely point is that 70, let me just try to get to that. 70%, over 70% of our teachers felt that the learning growth that they're having this year is stronger than they were last year. So the people who are feeling like the kind of leap leader programming that they were getting this compared to last year, we actually increased in those percentage points by 3. And that's also really good to see that even in this particular stance, our teacher satisfaction rates are going up. And for retention specifically, to finally get to your question, our retention conversation says that there are fewer teachers that are saying now that they don't want to stay for next year. Only 8% of teachers are telling us that they are planning to leave at the end of this year, which is down from 11% and 13% in the previous 2 years, which tells us that even in this very unusual scenario, the teacher capacity and desire to stay with us and be committed to recovery process with us is high. And I think one of the ways to connect that to yet another data point is that our teachers are saying that, part of their satisfaction going up is, I really want to highlight this, that the percent of teachers agreeing to or strongly agreeing to that my school leaders have encouraged them to engage in learning around diversity, equity, inclusion went up drastically from 65% to 76%. So the way we're talking about student engagement and how we engage them around authentic, rigorous experiences, our teachers are saying that they are creating safe spaces to collaborate and become more satisfied in teacher learning with one another, as well as engaging with their school leaders and being supported by their school leaders to talk about and express and connect with our kids in most authentic ways. And one more thing that I wanted to kind of brag on a little bit is that we're experimenting and piloting a new way of getting pulse points from our teachers, from our families, through a trendency data. And in that particular data, we were excited to see that 70%, more than 70% of our families, I think it's 73 particularly, my team will give me the right number if it's not 73, are saying that they have great accessibility to their teachers and they're satisfied in the ability for their teachers to respond to them and stay connected to them, which is huge. And when our parents are satisfied with the kind of teacher response, accessibility they have in this virtual space, I imagine our teachers are also satisfied in that relational trust that grows in that partnership between teacher and parent, which also goes to support our student learning. And if I have one more opportunity, Councilmember,
I don't know.
just to triangulate some other kinds of thinking is that, as you know, DC Public Schools measures student success, not only in academic learning achievement, but also in a measure that we invested in 3 years ago called Love, Challenge, and Prepared Index. And this is a measurement that we take with we ask our students to survey once a year, but because of the fact that we are in this very pandemic sort of space, we decided to do a fall administration, which we've never done before. And again, we were really pleased to see that we have 22,600 responses, which is about what we get from student responses with this 3 to 12 survey annually. And we're really excited to see that with learning loss, we've actually increased a bit on this question of challenge. And challenge questions are asked are things like, how often do your teachers take time to make sure you understand what the material you're learning? And how often do your teachers make you explain the answers so that you can support your learning? And how much do your teachers encourage you to do your best? So around these questions, we've actually moved up a little bit. We've stayed stagnant on the question of love. How much do you feel loved? And we've been kind of stagnant in that particular area. And some of those things are certainly interactions with their teachers, but some of those questions are really about how much do you think you matter to other kids in that classroom, and how connected do you feel to other peers? And certainly that's been a challenge in this particular space. But overall, which I think is really exciting for why I think teachers will continue to stay with us and their retention goes high, is that our students are also saying in this survey, 89 of them feel a connection to the school, and 79% of the 89% say that they belong quite a bit or they completely belong to the school. And those are the kinds of numbers that accentuate the strength that we'll be building upon for recovery and beyond.
Thank you. I didn't want to cut you off, but I do want to note it's now 5 minutes after 7 p.m. and we have another 40 minutes of questions if we stay within the 10-minute rounds. Councilmember Silverman is next.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. You sense a frustration, or I sense a frustration among Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Henderson, and I share in that frustration. And I imagine that most of you have watched the earlier part of the hearing, so I'm going to repeat the same question that I gave to the experts. You all are the academic experts. I am not. What the council has responsibility of doing is allocating resources, is deciding on how we spend our taxpayer dollars toward the goals that we have. And we have in this city as a goal equity, right? And I know we all have the same goal, but the frustration here is that I don't see any answers about how we're going to achieve this goal beyond what we're already doing. For example, with SYEP, during the FENTA years, it went to 10 weeks. So are we going to expand SYEP from 6 weeks to 10 weeks this year? With summer camp, are we going to extend the amount of weeks there's summer camp? Then, what can we expect? Where's the innovation? Where is the thinking of how we're going to take this very big challenge we have and come up with creative solutions? I don't know if Ms. Brantley's still with us, but at least she had some specifics, I will say. Here are the things I keep hearing: mental health supports. So Deputy Mayor, Director Kim, what are we going to do in DCPS, and what are we proposing from OSSI and from DCPS? What kind of funding are we going to have for mental health supports? How are we going to do this differently? Then I hear about more time. Ms. Brantley said that. I think some of the experts said that. We need extended school day. Obviously, that's going to involve negotiations with our union, with the WTU. Are we going to do an extended school day? One-on-one tutoring. I don't understand how we do that on a large scale. So are you guys going to propose that? Are we going to fund it? How do we do it on a big scale? I hear a lot about, well, you can get high school students. I'll just tell you, I am labor chair, as you all know. We have 80,000 out of work residents in our city. Many of whom have college degrees. Do we have an innovative program, New Deal style, to take those who are out of work and match them up with the caring adult that I hear everyone testifying about, to create an innovative program to put people back to work and match them with adults who care about them, who can help them with learning loss, to get this back to where the chairman keeps trying to direct us, which is learning loss. But tell me, what is the innovation we're going to see this summer? What is the innovation we're going to see? And I will just add in, I am not a parent, but I can tell you that all of my friends are thinking, I agree with Councilmember Henderson, right now, what are we going to do for the summer? And I hear you that it's a dynamic environment and we don't know where we're going to be. Well, then there needs to be a plan A and a plan B, because parents need to know and their kids need to know, what are we going to do? What is going to happen this summer? What's likely to happen in the fall? I'm going to stop there. I hope to hear some big innovative things in the next 6 minutes.
Councilmember, I'll begin. I have nothing to add, I don't think, beyond what I mentioned earlier. I think I share your frustration for a number of reasons, including the fact that, as I think everyone here knows, we are in the middle of our budget development process. And so it's difficult to share ideas that we haven't yet decided to put forward to council as part of that process. I also share a strong sense that summer is so important to families and children and students. Everyone is looking to the summer as a horizon, I think, for new connection and engagement and hope. And we share that. And that's why I have shared with you very specific ideas about the kinds of ways we're exploring providing opportunities for connection and engagement and hope through DPR summer programming, through the Summer Youth Employment Program, and specifically through the LEAs. We've got libraries at work. We are working innovatively with our school time providers in terms of the summer grants to ensure that they're incorporating what needs to happen. And we've been in conversation with the experts that you heard in the first round for months, virtually all of them, integrating the ideas in what we're exploring to do. And I understand you're saying you want to hear the plan tonight, but we are not ready to propose and share with you exactly what's going to happen because of the timing that we're under in our own development process.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, with all due respect to you, I hear the same thing that we've done over and over and over again, like with SYEP. Then, you know, if it's going to expand, then we need to plan for it now. I know that Director Morris Hughes would need to plan for it now. I mean, I keep hearing we're going to do DPR and we're going to do SYEP. Well, we already do that, is my point, Mr. Deputy Mayor. We're, you know, what we heard from Mr. Boots is that our achievement gap, the difference between how Black kids in our city are performing in school and white kids is growing larger because of COVID. And the impact of trauma, and we know this, is bigger because, you know, Black families have been hit harder, health-wise, trauma-wise. And I got to tell you, it's maddening here because I'm thinking, okay, this is our opportunity to do some big, bold, innovative things. And I keep hearing what we keep doing, which has led to a tremendous equity gap in our city. So I see Ms. Brantley's turned on her screen. You know, I will just turn to you, Ms. Brantley. You gave some specific things. You said you want to see extended school day. Like, let me ask you, if we gave you unlimited budget right now, like blue sky, we're not tethered to reality. Let's say I give you $1 billion. What would you do with that money?
My answers aren't always going to be the most popular, but they are going to be the most truthful for what I know my school community needs to come back and to stay back. Number one, frequent, fast, asymptomatic COVID testing for students and staff who opt in. It doesn't matter if we can reopen schools if we cannot keep them open and we keep sending kids back home because we've got outbreaks. Testing helps to do that. Our experience shows it. It's very costly. Number two, we have to, at a minimum, double the number of students that are in summer experiences. In any given year, Friendship might have 25% of our kids in summer. I'm going to say you need 75%, but at least at a minimum, we've got to build for 50%. We need them in summer. We need them in Saturday school when school restarts. We need more time. We need an additional educator in every classroom. We are already hiring more people to be in classrooms to do small group tutoring and pullouts. We also recognize some parents aren't going to be comfortable sending their kids right back. So while somebody's teaching in class, somebody can be going on virtual and helping them. We need more space. We're still going to have to social distance for some time. I need kids in school at least 4 days a week, 2 days on, 3 days off. That's a problem. So I need to spread out in more space so I can bring more people back, but still be socially distant. So if there's a rec center, if there's a social center, if there's a private school, if there's someplace else it's not, we need to be able to get access to that space. I've got a lot more than I can say, but I do want to say this. We need one-to-one and stable internet for every child. There is a reason that Friendship's kids who were always online are 8 months ahead and other kids are 2 months behind because they know the technology, they know how to use it, and they're comfortable with it. So let's just decide as a city. From here on out, every child that needs it is getting a device and the internet, period. And that doesn't matter whether we're in a pandemic or not.
Okay. No, thank you, Ms. Brantley. So that's what I guess to shift back to DCPS and the deputy mayor. This is what I'm talking about. You know, what Ms. Brantley is saying is, give me, like, let's use every rec center to socially distance. Let's, either have our kids in school for summer, extend into summer, or get them into a summer program. And here's, how I'm going to do that. And, access to technology. This is what I think we are talking about in terms, this is at least what I'm talking about in terms of specifics. I don't know about my colleagues, whereas we just hear these generalities. I mean, love is great, Ms. Kim, I completely agree. But like, what does that mean in terms of what we fund? I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
I so want to respond. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Bonds?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I've listened with great interest to our government witnesses, and I appreciate so much my colleagues pushing the ball through the hole and across the fence, and now we're in the open. And Ms. Brantley, I cannot say how much I admire you. I admire you because, as everyone has said, we're all very concerned. I won't say frustrated or flustered, as my mother would say, but we're very, very concerned. And we're at a point where we really want some plans, even if the plans are option 1, option 2, option 3, because our kids, all of the data is showing that our students need the help. And we want our school system to be big and bad like we know it can be, and in accordance with the role that we once saw us moving towards, and that is towards a better performance and hopefully towards excellence. And so to do that, we really do need a plan. And I am so delighted that colleagues Silverman and Henderson and Louis George have pushed that ball, because I think we just really, we're insisting. And given that we're going to have additional $2 billion likely coming our way, we know that the school system will say, we have to have ours. And so in saying you have to have yours, we really need to see a new approach, a new way of spending the money, so that we also are lifting the young people in their learning process. So I guess I can't ask as many questions as we probably need to continue this dialogue, but I just really, I was so hoping that there would be a plan, and I see there isn't one, and we have bits and pieces of it. Maybe I could ask this, Mr. Deputy Mayor, whose responsibility is it for pulling together a plan of action for our, let's say, pre-K, for our elementary, for our middle school, for our high school? Is that something that the chancellor does, or does it with the assistant chancellors and the heads of the different educational units, or is that what you do? Is that your role?
I think the primary point of intervention for a lot of this work is the school, and therefore the LEAs have a lot of responsibility, as you've heard here from Ms. Brantley, Ms. Scheffler, from Dr. Kim. They have a lot of responsibility for ensuring the delivery of the kinds of tutoring, extended time, additional mental health supports that are going to be required for us to successfully move through. So a lot of the responsibility at the school level lies with the LEA. That's how we've designed the system.
Okay, so do we have a process now where each school is independent and can make those decisions? Is that kind of like where we are now in our system?
I was going to share with you, just to finish the answer to your fuller question, in terms of coordination across government and with community organizations and with the private sector, that lives within the mayor's executive function, and that's what we're engaged in now. In terms of whether or not schools have the right to make entirely their own decisions, we do have a system that grants a great deal of autonomy to each of our LEAs, because that's where we think we get the best innovation. And that autonomy is coupled with lots of oversight and accountability for ensuring that we see results, which is what we have seen over the past many, many years.
Okay, so you would then anticipate that each of our schools would have a plan of action, and that plan of action would include the costs for implementing that program.
Right now, we know that LEAs are using their budgets that they were allocated from the UPSFF to do a lot of innovative work around virtual learning and instruction, support for their young people and families, and support for their teachers, as you've heard from the LEAs directly tonight. In addition to that, there is a lot of new federal money flowing into the LEAs, which the superintendent talked about, both ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. And the LEAs do have the right, according to the Department of Education, to determine within some constraints how they will spend that. It's our intent to ensure that they get the kinds of technical assistance and best practice knowledge that you heard from the expert witnesses earlier tonight that will help inform those plans.
And so we can anticipate that the schools will have that information, that plan together in 2 weeks or 2 months. What's your timeline for that? Because I'm assuming it all comes to you ultimately, or to your office.
There are different phases of what we're talking about now. And I'd like to allow Dr. Kim to respond specifically for DCPS on the state of their planning right now. But there are various phases of this. Summer planning is going to be wrapped up in the next few weeks, and then we'll look to the next school year. But Dr. Kim, do you want to briefly respond on the DCPS plan?
Sure, thank you for the opportunity. Council members and chairman, thank you for that question. I've been really eager to jump into the conversation and having challenges to figure out what the right moment was, so kind of excited about that. I'd like to lift up a little bit, just being part of the hearing today and listening to all the expert witnesses give their testimony about how they want to, what they believe is the most important, was a really kind of coming together moment for me. Because of the fact that for many months now, we have been listening and researching and talking to experts with the support of Deputy Mayor Kine and others to come up with a research-based, evidence-driven plan to help our students accelerate their learning. We also agree with the experts that we want to make sure that we guard ourselves, like our experts are letting us know, to not water down the curriculum, but also figure out how we can identify what our students are missing and accelerate that. And so my answer to that says, because of the fact that we've been in these discussions for multiple months, if I didn't say clear enough during my testimony, I'll say it here again, that the foundation of DC Public Schools pandemic recovery efforts will be absolutely anchored to our system. We heard many of the experts talk about the need to know where the students are, so we know what kind of interventions to give. And that system for us is called the multi-tiered systems of support. And through this district-wide, this is the new thing for us, for you all to say, what are you doing differently? We want to build on how we think about students and their learning by having a very clear system of understanding for every single, down to the student level at every single school. Is that student in a tier 1 category because they're needing a strong tier 1 set of systems around both academics and emotional supports to be okay? Or do they fall the tier 2 category, which we think we have a lot of interventions, but particularly a new intervention we're thinking about is acceleration academies, or then the tier 3 category, in which case they need something more than acceleration academies to the level of high dosage tutoring. And to the question of like, if we had a magic wand and can give to our kids, something outside the box, I think what we would give is a really strong system of knowing where every single student is. We can give our kids the right dosage and frequencies of what they need, and also make sure that there's a caring adult who is sticking with them, and through these tiered systems, we're getting to that, whether it's a small, as you heard in the high dosage tutoring, 1-to-1 or 1-to-4 maximum, or in a small accelerated academy that brings groups of students from 8 to 10 kids with a teacher around a particular skill set, and joy. infusion of how do we create these programs that infuse social emotional components and fun components like arts, creativity through arts and making spoken word, music, like physical activity. How do we also bake that into the plan? And what we learned through the reopening experience is that in order for us to recover a city, we need to involve many voices in that plan. Our families and our children, our teachers need to be part of that conversation in order for them to know the plan, internalize the plan, and know their part in that particular plan. So
okay, so Ms. Kim, are you telling us that you are in the process of learning the students, or that you already know the students enough so that you can match their need to, let's say, the prescription? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, we're saying that with the MTSS dashboard, which all of our schools have access to this year, but we said, hey, this is a new tool, get familiar using it. This year, they're piloting the use of this particular tool to understand the different data points and how they come together. Because next year, starting this summer, we will be using this data system together as a whole school district to know better every 6 weeks where our kids are and what interventions are part of. So we can turn up the dial and change the dial and apply different supports. And to your question of like, how will this happen and when will this happen?
Yes, my question.
Right, and this is part of, we're in the very early stages of being able to get this information to our schools. But as I shared in our public testimony, our schools will do the meeting making on together as a community and make some decisions based on the guidelines that we provide that Deputy Mayor Kine named. We will have a clear metric of how we will measure these moving forward in our MTSS system. Our school leaders and their communities, with input of their communities, will create the plans very much like in the role of the reopening core. We would like to establish the recovery community core so that we continue to build on the innovation of making sure that many voices are at the table, which I think is the what the core of how well the redesign of Anacostia and Blue went, involving thousands of voices, and similarly involving the voices for term 3 was a highlight of how we did that together. And we'd like to expand and build that muscle to include more voices and to make sure that the community members, the parents and students are all aware of what we're trying to do together.
All right, and so you'll have a draft plan for—
Councilmember Bonds, your time's expired.
Yes, I apologize. You're right.
Don't apologize. Thank you. Councilmember Pinto.
Just trying to follow up on her message.
Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. And thank you to all the witnesses, not only for your testimony, but just for the huge effort throughout the course of the year. I speak to families and parents with questions and concerns about what's to come and what's going on with this summer and how they can plan. And I also speak to families every day who comment on the graciousness of all of your teams, of the exceptional nature of their teachers going above and beyond, driving themselves to deliver devices, calling in on Saturdays to check in on their students who are falling behind. And it's a real testament to how deeply you all care about this mission, and I am very grateful, and as I know many of our families are. So I want to start with a question about the summer programs. I understand from previous questioning that plans are still in the works, but Deputy Mayor Kine, you mentioned that DCPS is partnering with DPR and DCPL to provide summer learning hubs for our students. And under those current plans, can you elaborate a little bit on how many students those programs can accommodate and if there's a risk for our at-risk students?
Thank you, Council Member. I may have misspoken. What I was trying to share is that last summer we had learning hubs in both rec centers and libraries.
Okay.
And that sustained the learning hubs in the recreation centers over the course of this school year. To very good effect for some families. And I said it is our intention, if safety conditions allow, health conditions allow, to extend the Learning Hub program in those sites into the summer as well. Currently, there are 4 sites, I believe, at DPR, which accommodates, I think it's 100 or 200 students.
Okay, that's great. And following up on Ms. Brantley's comment earlier of the need to utilize more outdoor spaces, what are the other considerations for this outdoor space? Have you all been in conversation with any of our universities locally to use their space, other parks, private institutions who may have access to more space during the summer months?
I don't know who that is best positioned to answer the question. I can certainly share from my office's perspective. We've been in conversations with lots of people about available space. We learned very quickly in the virtual learning posture. And as we look to reopening, and we spent a lot of time with every LEA in the city looking at scheduling and planning and so forth, space was not a constraint in terms of actually being able to do the kinds of scheduling that's required to reopen. It was really the academic staff was more of the constraint. So it wasn't the case that schools needed access to these outdoor spaces. That said, we know from many nonprofits and others who work that use of outdoor space is really encouraged in terms of providing safer environments and also environments that some families prefer. And so Dr. Kim can share that at DCPS, they've encouraged their schools to consider outdoor learning spaces as part of their scheduling and strategies, and some of the schools are taking advantage of that. We also have made DPR available to any LEA that has approached us to try and access outdoor space that's close to their schools.
If I may, Deputy Mayor, quickly, and Council Member, OSSE has also posted some guidance about how to, and technical assistance to LEAs in schools and how to accomplish outdoor learning further, and plans to put out further resources this spring specifically for engaging in outdoor learning, and if schools want to continue that practice moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. So shifting to our mental health care supports, which I know many of you spoke about in your testimony. Deputy Mayor Kine, in your conversation or mention of counseling being available to our teachers, can you elaborate a little bit more on this? Are there support groups for our teachers? Are these counseling services free? What does that look like?
I don't think I mentioned specifically, Councilmember, counseling available to teachers on a citywide scale at this point. We are exploring the idea of offering the kinds of services that DBH is currently offering to families and parents through their very comprehensive program, which includes Wellness Wednesdays. It includes individual counseling sessions available to families that need it. It includes other resources which get posted and offered to families. And we're looking at the idea that we might be able to offer some of that on a citywide basis. I may have commented that I know from conversations with LEAs, and we can ask Ms. Scheffler, Ms. Brantley, Dr. Kim, that they are providing additional supports for teachers in the form of counseling. I believe at Statesman Academy, that's one that was example that was given earlier. So we do know it is happening, and we're looking to see what's possible on a citywide basis.
Thank you so much. Dr. Kim, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, absolutely. So one of the pillars of being a trauma-informed organization, which we started that commitment to several years ago, one of the pillars is, as I look for that, taking care of teacher wellness as well as all the student wellness that we're asking our teachers to hold. And obviously, to the earlier testimony, holding the people who hold our children every day and give them love as well as education of our teachers. So we're very much committed to that. All of our school leaders have, we started this year with training where we named that as a pillar, and our schools have had developed individual plans on how they are living that particular mission, as well as several other pillars that are specific to students as well. Earlier in the testimony, one of the witnesses talked about working with Dr. Olga Price to further not only student-based supports, but teacher supports. We've recently written a letter of support to access a grant so that we can hopefully bring in more mental health care professionals, not just for our students and our families, like we've been able to do in our schools, and even more expanded so in our connected schools, but particularly for our teachers as well. This is a conversation that is, I'm so glad it is starting to take, I don't know, grow in our conversations, because healthy, strong, well cared for teacher is certainly our goal. And we know that is not yet a muscle. We have fully developed it, and we want to talk to teachers about that and engage them in what makes sense. And so we have started staff huddles called Mind Matters that started in term 3 that bring in our employee assistance program as well as Innova to talk to our teachers about that. And again, that's an early start. It only began in term 3, but our own teachers and school mental health teams are leading that work. And we are excited with to see how far that goes. Teachers in the last week after starting term 3 have emailed me directly to talk about how their own mental health and stress and anxiety get in the way sometimes. And their desire.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, because I would love to talk to you about this for hours. I have a couple more things. I'm going to see how we quickly get through them. 2 minutes. So just very quickly to Dr. Kim, what percentage of DCPS students are still chronically absent?
I have that here somewhere. Give me a second.
Okay, take your time.
Maybe I'm hoping my team members will come drop that exact number.
In the interim, I'll just ask Deputy Mayor Kine, are you all seriously considering for next school year extending the school day?
That's something we would not do on a citywide basis, I don't think. And the reason is that the research on extended school day, as you heard from one of the expert witnesses, not all of them, but one of them, is really mixed. Because what actually matters is whether or not you're equipped to take full advantage of the extra time. So I think what we heard about what's happening in the KIPP middle school, whose principal testified, Principal Hardin Simmons, is they take very good advantage of that time and they have outsized math results. But across the country, the idea of extended school day and even extended school year is not something that people feel like should be universally imposed, simply because you have no guarantee that the time is actually going to be used well. So if schools decide to do that, and some will, then that will happen.
Okay. And then lastly, some middle school and high school staff were pulled to assist with the care classrooms in the elementary schools. Are all of those staff members now returning to their originating middle and high school?
No, they're not yet. When we made that move, we let them know that they should plan that with the rest of the school year. And what secondary schools plan their term 3 opening plans, we asked them to consider the fact that some of their staff members were in elementary schools as a measure. Now, if a secondary school is bringing in so many students that they need those staff members back, we're at the same time hiring additional folks to support in elementary schools with the intent to be able to do that if the demand is at the point where additional staff members is more needed in the secondary space than they currently are really needed in the elementary school space.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you again for everything this year and for all of your staffs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Charles Allen, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And I do appreciate everybody being here in this discussion tonight. There's usually a but that follows a statement like that. And I gotta say, I had to turn my my camera off for a little bit, because one of the things I've learned in this Zoom environment is that I don't have a very good poker face, because now I'm staring back at my face. And I'm feeling very frustrated, and I'm feeling pretty hot about all this. And I'm talking not just as a council member, but as a DCPS parent. I couldn't tell you the first thing that you're going to do different this coming fall than what you're doing already. I couldn't tell you the first thing that I'm hearing that you're going to do different this summer. I don't even know what you're going to do different for this spring. I hear a lot of general passive language about planning and researching and what we might do and what we're thinking about doing. But this is the same issue that we had last summer and in the fall, where we were headed up against this, and it did not feel like there was action being driven. And as a DCPS parent, it's incredibly frustrating. And I feel it and I hear it from so many parents about their frustration. When I heard the earlier question, I think Mr. Chairman, you had asked questions about, so what are we doing with our teachers, for example, to hire up and be ready for the next school year? And it was, well, typically in March, that's kind of what our schedule is going to look like. Principals, are they coming back? Well, you know, follow our regular schedule in March. At the last hearing, I asked about summer programming, and the response I got back from the chancellor was, well, typically, you know, we start in summer. There is nothing typical about where we are right now, but I don't hear you challenging us. I don't hear you pushing us. I don't hear you stretching us. Last year, when we talked about the budget, you know, hearing Deputy Mayor, you talk about, you know, not quite sure what we're going to do for the summer because we're not quite sure what the budget's going to be and if we have enough resources. I tried to put more money into the budget for DCPS last summer, and you guys fought me on it. So I'm struggling with this. When I hear the idea is that maybe we'll extend our DPR hubs into the summer and that's going to be for 200 students, that's not a big idea. Where are the big ideas? Is there a secret plan somewhere that you just don't want to reveal and share with us yet? Or is there not a plan yet? Because I think either answer is not good, but that's what it feels like to me, is that I hear broad generalities. I don't hear specifics, and it frustrates me about what it means for retaining our teachers who are working really hard trying to navigate this. They care deeply about their students, and this is not just DCPS. I think this is all of our teachers are trying so hard in really tough environments. Dr. Kim, I think you're right. You mentioned the teachers that have reached out to you about their mental health and the stress and how much it's impacting. I completely agree with you. I think that's consistent with what I'm hearing in so many schools. So why are we not bending over backwards to think about how we're going to give them certainty and predictability for the next year? Or, around parents and in this world of choice that we're in, not knowing who their principal is going to be next year. Why are we not bending over backwards to create greater sense of stability on top of the innovation? So I'm ranting a little bit right now, but let me turn to Deputy Mayor and Dr. Kim. What is your big idea? Because I just don't hear it.
Okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I was just going to say, one thing I would caution against, with all due respect, is this point that there's some kind of silver bullet, council member, that's going to be the big idea that's going to come in and solve all of our problems. I think what we heard from the expert witnesses earlier is that the very simple idea of high dosage tutoring is the most evidence-based intervention that we can deploy to—
And tell me how you're doing it. That could be a big idea. I don't hear it. I hear talking about the theories of a high dosage intervention. Where? How is it? What is it? What do you need? How much money do you need? Waiting until the end of March for a supplemental budget where maybe there'll be something there. I don't hear it.
Well, I have nothing to add to what I said to earlier about the timing of this question and this roundtable versus the development of the plans that we have in place. You have heard from LEAs, which are in our system, about their own plans for their summer work, including DCPS, HIP, Friendship, and even a bit from Principal Martin. So we do have all of that. We know that we are going to deploy high dosage tutoring through use of the federal funds along with other places across the system. I mentioned the 6 strategic areas that we're prioritizing in our planning and development. I sense your frustration that you don't have specific details about what it's going to look like now, but I have nothing to add to my earlier responses to this same question.
May I add?
Maybe, did you want to jump in?
I think I'm going to try to answer it maybe a little bit differently. DC Public Schools, something we've always done, will continue to do before I get to the innovations, is run summer programming. Every single year, we've planned for summer programming for enrichment, as well as catch up credit recovery for all of our students. And that's a thing that we've done in years past, we'll continue to do. Last year, we had in-person plans, we changed them into virtual plans and served a great deal of students in that particular way. It was the first time we offered virtual learning and learned a lot through that process, which helped us, I think, have a stronger opening for the fall. This summer, what we have never done before, not in the years that I've been here and I've been here back and forth multiple times, but we've not put summer school in the hands of principals and their teachers to identify which students and what, right? So we've run these centralized summer school programs, which have been great, and we've had some good success, but we've certainly also heard from students and their families and teachers about the relationships that get lost when you go from being a member of the Brent community to another school, summer school, where you don't have relationships. And as we've heard the expert witnesses say, we should be thinking about looping and deepening those relationships. So as part of our intervention summer plan that we've never done before, is to put this thinking in the hands of our teacher leaders and our principals to think about what portion of their school community and how, both academically and in enriching social engagement ways, so that our kids are running excited to come back to school, to put them in the driver's seat to do that. And I hear you that burnout is real. All of us, all of our school leaders and teachers have been doing a phenomenal job keeping their day-to-day instructional practice going, while always thinking ahead about what's different and new, because nothing's been consistent. We've changed so many stances, and our teachers have done awesome work evolving to adapt to that. So at this point, they've spent a lot of time, as you know, thinking about term 3 reopening. They will now shift their thinking towards summer and fall recovery. And burnout sometimes is a result of doing things that you don't really fully control, that you don't quite understand and get the big picture of. And yet, hardworking volunteer teachers, not teachers that are going to be made to do this, who have a point of view on how to reconnect and strengthen summer fall programs, will actually do the opposite of burnout and get really excited and passionate about how to curate those programs. And we
Dr. Kim,
in their ownership.
Great. I don't mean to cut you off, but that was I do appreciate that information. And so I appreciate you're trying to give me more specifics, so thank you. From an operational perspective, one of the things that I am concerned about is from a crisis management, you immediately take one part of your management team, and you pull them off, and you get them out of the day-to-day crisis decision-making into your recovery and longer-term decision-making. And so while I hear you about wanting to say, I want to build a system closer to the ground and with those teachers in your local school, and I can see elements of that could be very successful. I heard you say, well, they're working so hard on term 3, and then they're going to turn their attention to the summer and to next fall. One of the real risks that I'm concerned about with that strategy is that we are pushing out to our local schools without giving them the type of support that they need to be able to execute that. And when you're in the day-to-day crisis management, you're having to make the decisions every moment, every day. You don't have the long-term planning ability. And so you've got to have that crack team that you can have do that. And I don't know where that is. I don't hear it. And then if we have a hearing on learning loss and what we're going to do different, and we don't really hear much specific other than, what you shared there, I don't see it happening. And I think that window is closing tightly.
So we are currently creating guidelines and supports for our principals. And because our principals have been at the crux of a lot of this, going back to your earlier point, I'm sorry, I left this part off. We are not doing business as usual. We know how challenging this is for our teachers and our leaders. And this is why we really pushed for 2-year principal appointments. So the longevity and connectivity and stability for school communities is longer than and more sure than ever before, right? So our principals who've been at the, international a lot of this, and we've also said, and we've heard from them, they didn't want to feel like as they're doing all these new plannings to evolve during every sort of step, they didn't have to stand alone. Every one of our schools are part of a cluster support community backed by instructional superintendent who reviewed all those plans, agreed that it met with those guidelines that we set out to have an equitable and rigorous experience, and stood behind our principals to say, this is not your plan alone, although you are absolutely the leader of your school community. We co-sign on this plan with you because we helped create it with you, and we're going to help support that and drive that and help course correct that when that goes along. And I think what gives our people burnout and stress is if they feel like they're kind of standing alone out there with one-year contracts, which was a conversation last year, or with plans that they feel really great about, but yet quite unsure because the context is shifting. And part of our commitment as a school district is to make sure that our school communities have the very best of us, our very best of our teaching and learning team, very best of our equity teams, so that we create the right framework and the guidelines to create the container as big as possible, where we think our school communities can then stay and then understand when they need to come out of that container, so we can think about, do we need to expand that? Container? Or is what they're doing innovative and good for all to change that? And so we do not at all want them to do all this work on their own. We have a bunch of people who've been working on the learning from the experts, curating our own definition of high definition tutoring, as well as acceleration academies that we're excited to kind of share and get feedback. I'm sure
yeah. Well, I know I'm over time. I just got to end with this, which is I hope that one of the things that you're hearing, taking away from the conversation tonight, is that it is tonight now. You've got some major stakeholders that don't have a clue as to what your strategy and plan is. And you need us, as parents turn to us, as teachers turn to us, to know what the vision is, where you want to go with it. And I couldn't tell you. And that you're putting, I think, DCPS in a very weak position, because we can't come advocate for you and tell the parents and the teachers that are turning to us with their concerns and their fears what the plan is, what's going to take place. And I think that the window to fix that is rapidly closing. And I would like to help, but I don't feel armed with what I need to be able to help reassure anxious students and parents and teachers. And I hope that's something that comes across tonight and that you're able to take back. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. So the time is 7:51, and I'm going to make a couple of comments and then close down this hearing. So a few minutes ago, something was said about there's no silver bullet, but I don't think anybody's asking for a silver bullet. I think what I'm hearing from colleagues and what I said earlier is a plan. We are, let me see, we have known since before the pandemic that we have a public education crisis in the city. And it's not unique to the district. It's shared in large cities across the country. And I always say that because I don't want it to sound like I'm picking on the district, that somehow we're worse than the other cities. I'm willing to argue that we're better than the other cities, but there's a public education crisis. And we see that in what we call the achievement gap. This hearing wasn't really about the achievement gap. It was about overcoming learning loss. So we take the pre-existing public education crisis, and we add on to that the learning loss from the pandemic. In my view, the achievement gap, which has gotten worse, is essentially a social crime. And the gap has gotten worse. And I believe, my political philosophical belief is that we as a government have a duty to fix this. And what's clear from today's hearing is that the strategies that people are looking at across the country, educational experts are looking at to overcome this learning loss in this gap, present an opportunity for us to actually go further faster when we come out of this pandemic. But in my view, we've got to hear a plan, and that plan should already be taking shape. And what has come across to me is that there's still a lot of discussion. Clearly, the city's largest LEA has given a lot of thought and thoughtfulness around what the research says and what the different strategies could be. But as Councilmember Allen or Parent Allen said, and I think others who are parents have said, is that none of us can walk away from here being able to say to any parent, what is the plan? The plan for the summer, which is only, 3 months away? The plan for the summer. And meanwhile, I'm thinking, and I really hate to do this because I hate it when other people cite what's going on nationally. But Joe Biden, not even President-elect said, I think in November, early December, we're going to do 100 million vaccines in the first 100 days. And that was breathtaking when he first announced it. But people got around that. And we could have a plan today that people get around. But instead what I'm hearing is, well, we're still kind of getting into the planning phase. And maybe that plan will manifest itself when we get the mayor's budget on March 31st, which, by the way, both the supplemental and the budget will not be adopted until the end of May. And the end of May is too long, it is too late to wait for the summer, and it's too late to wait for the fall. And certainly it's too long to wait if we're going to move farther faster and not only overcome the learning gap, but actually close the gap. And if I'm sounding frustrated, I'm deeply frustrated about this because I feel like we are missing this opportunity. The Committee of the Whole is not going to give up on this issue. And I think my colleagues are not going to give up on this issue. So I'm going to close this hearing. This has been a hearing on student learning loss. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. It will close at 5 p.m. on February 24th, 2021. I appreciate everybody's time and testimony. The time is now 7:55 in the evening, and this hearing is adjourned.